everybody. We finally have a new setup for our stream here today. I'm going to be painting our lavender fields, lilac fields. We're not sure. It's a purple flower field. And then my friend Miss Umbra is also here today. She wanted to learn how to paint, so I decided that we would just hang out and start painting, because that's what we're going to do today. So first things first, I decided that my background was a little bit too flat here. I didn't like how flat everything was laying, so I'm going to make some changes. That way we can tell the difference between the foreground and the background, because everything's laying kind of at the same color.
And I just had a thought too, since you're letting me borrow a canvas, in case this gets wet and I can't work on it any longer, I'm gonna put one of my watercolor papers on top of it, and then if that gets to be too much, then I can set it aside, and this should be fine underneath, don't you think?
Or I think if you try to paint on your canvas, you're gonna want to set your canvas to the side.
Okay.
You're not gonna want to put anything on top of it, so that's the only tricky part is.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. It was a thought, and it didn't work.
You could always test your paper first, or use your paper as a test.
That's true. I think I want to do that because it's literally been like 10 years since I've painted.
Yeah, so you could always do that first, and then make your decision kind of after that. But for the most part, what I want to do first is kind of lighten up my background, and then kind of make basically the front the darkest part. So that's what I'm going to focus on doing first, just to kind of make everything just a little bit more even. So we are starting, we always seem to start a little bit later. Almost every time. So you were streaming. It notified me that you were.
What?
I think it notified me that you were streaming. Oh, maybe it was somebody else then. Never mind.
That's my butt stream.
I think your butt has more followers than the rest of you. That would be funny.
Oh.
Okay, so I had 2 boxes of paint, and I grabbed this one, but now I'm wondering if this is not the one that I tested, because I cannot open this tube. It is stuck.
I have some acrylics.
Really?
If you need it.
You might have to. Oh, that's right. Yours are from like forever ago.
Yeah, but before
These are super
I
old.
even asked you, like I tested one of them, and maybe it was the black one opened fine and is liquid on the inside.
I was gonna say this one. It looks like so. If I angle it and look at it, I can see that there's red paint in there. So
Oh yeah, there is. But
I think it's not gonna. I don't think that one's gonna work for you.
Darn, I might have to borrow some of your paint then.
That's okay. That's crimson, right?
Yep.
Sorry, Mike. I think that's actually an acrylic though. Yeah. Let me see if I have.
Honestly, it doesn't matter exactly what colors you give me. I'm thinking I want to kind of do like a salmon-y, orangey color, maybe in the sky. Actually, so what is my first step? Maybe I should start there.
Yeah, your first step is going to be plotting out basically where you're going to want your light colors and your dark colors. So that's going to be your first one, because you're not going to want to paint
Right. So
over where your light colors are going to be, especially if you want something that's white, which I don't usually do that when I'm painting. So
No, I'm fine with not having negative space.
or any white on there.
Yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
fine.
Well, if that's not a concern,
Fill the
then
whole thing up. I think what I'm going to go for is I'm going to try to do something kind of like your tree one that you were doing for your mom, I think.
Oh, the
Like the kind
So
of.
that one was very simple. So if you're going for like a full coverage, just
Mhm.
you could just choose a color,
Mhm.
and then if you're going for a light wash, you're just gonna add a bunch of water
Right.
to your color before you lay it down.
Okay, and did you? I didn't see the beginning of that stream, so did you just do like a whole?
I just on
Whole
that one
thing.
I just covered the whole thing, yeah,
Okay.
because I didn't really have a preference on there was no white that I was trying to watch out for in that one. So, which is if that's what you're going for, then
Yeah.
that's what I would be doing. So then yeah, you could just choose your color and
That's the hard part.
And I think this is already helping a little bit, just adding more of the dark and having the light way at the back here. So we this is what we do, right? We kind of undo our work a little bit as we're going. I say this all the time, and then we kind of put stuff back in as we go through, so. Oh, the notification was actually on my phone, was actually from Twitch saying, manage directly from your phone.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to, but you stink at keeping my chat open, so. So yeah,
Is it just that your phone times out because you're not doing anything and it closes on you, or?
yeah, my phone likes to go into a dark screen mode quite a bit, so that's kind of what's going on.
Maybe if you have it plugged in when you're streaming and then change your settings to like not sleep, since it won't have to conserve energy, it might stay up.
I don't know. Andrew says the vegan dinner fest is in Kalamazoo.
Nice. That's not bad.
I was gonna say that didn't sound like something that would happen in Sturgis.
No, definitely would not happen here in Sturgis, no. No. So, okay, I pulled my chat back up. It's fine. I just, every now and then when I notice there's some people, I just kind of try to check in really quick here.
Is there anyone yet?
Looks like 2. But that's okay. We're not really going to be worried about that.
No, I was just curious.
Most people show up later.
Like me.
I feel like I try and stream like when it's dinner time, so like especially around here, so like it makes it kind of hard to know when we're gonna show up. So the other part, so I'm actually gonna lay another dark layer now, even further in here. Because I got this nice medium now, so I'm just gonna go in and, well, this is too much water though. So actually what might have to happen is I might actually have to, since we made quite a drastic change here, I might actually have to put this one away. Because we have so much color already here. And this is watercolor, and I don't blow dry stuff. I let everything dry naturally. So we're gonna have to just let it dry before we continue our processes on it. That's alright, because I always have like 5 things going on at once, so it's not a huge deal. So let's start on this one, and actually I kind of want to do something a little bit different on this one that I haven't actually done before on this stream. I want to go ahead and put a stencil down and then take out some of the color to like make a lighter pattern in my mandalas, which I usually don't do. I usually have a darker pattern. So this will be a little bit different and a little bit more interesting. So we'll see how that goes.
I like that idea.
If you want, Kelly, because I'm noticing that you're leaning in front there. If you want to, we can put it here.
Oh, that's true.
That might help a little bit.
I'll just make sure not to lean as much, and then we'll see.
Okay. I just happened to notice, so. But yeah, no, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a stencil down and take out some color. And this one I'm actually totally fine with having quite a bit of it taken out. So I'm gonna do a really dead lift. stencil here while we go. So we'll just tape it up here. It doesn't have to be perfect. We don't really measure anything here, or we just kind of pop in, make our changes, and move on. I like painting that's relaxed, so if I'm thinking about it too much, then it's not intuitive anymore.
Ooh,
so
that's more that I want.
I'm just gonna go in and kind of take this out, and then we'll go from here. So this is kind of, this part can be a little bit tedious, right? And you're a little bit further away, I realize that, to really be able to see a whole lot, but the end effect is gonna be pretty interesting, I think. So and this is, I think, again, why I like watercolor, because you can kind of make changes as you go, you know, fairly easily, I feel. And it's not like the end of the world. Yeah, you can catch it before you. So this is a different stream. I'm kind of helping while I paint.
We will see
Which
how it works.
Which I'm sorry, Kelly. I'm usually used to being like so focused on what I'm doing.
Oh, you're fine. Like if I have a problem, I'll ask. Like right
I will
now,
try.
it's just like experimenting phase. because
Exactly.
It's been such a long time. I'm just like, we're gonna see if I can get a color that I like, and
Yeah. So I
get to a stage where I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I will let you
Perfect.
know.
Perfect. That works for me. So I have been doing a couple streams here quite frequently, but I am quite new to this, and we had decided that it would be fun just to try and paint together. So that's all we're doing today. But I normally do paint solo, so I might get in that mentality. I guess is the only thing I'm worried about.
That's fine. Because honestly, like, when I've been watching and, even when, like, there's nothing going on in the chat and you're not responding to anybody, it's really relaxing just to
watch.
Yeah, and just space out and not think.
Hi, Inaub, I'm guessing is how you say your name. Welcome to the stream. When I mean intuitive, I mean we don't have a game plan.
I definitely don't.
It's not like pre-planned. Our paintings aren't. I might have a very, very small idea of what I'm doing. So like I knew with this one I wanted to paint a moon. But other than that, I didn't really have any other outlines or plans. So we don't use reference points or anything like that. We literally just lay paint and kind of just see where it takes us. I hope that answered your question pretty well. But I've had people ask that a lot because they're not really sure.
I hadn't heard that term either, but it makes sense. Like, yeah, you're just kind of painting, feeling.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
It honestly, the idea, that's part of the reason why I wanted to come in and paint with you, because like I remember painting in high school, I would get really frustrated because like you would have to plan out your paintings, and then when it doesn't go how you want it, it just takes the fun out of it. It's just
Exactly.
more about accomplishing an end instead of enjoying the process.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we don't plan anything, because we're just here to enjoy our painting. And I feel like if you're more intuitive while you're painting, you're leaving more room for different types of opportunities with it instead of trying to control it so much. So yeah, and I definitely think it's definitely an interesting way to paint. It's definitely different. Everyone I've come across has kind of thought that same thing. Like a flow of consciousness.
Yeah, it kind of is. Like, it's the painting version of flow of consciousness writing.
Yeah, because I mean, you're kind of, especially when you're listening to like relaxing music and like you're getting really involved in the chat, you're almost just kind of like muscle memory painting at that point. And you're not really, I mean, at that point when you're really involved in other things while you're painting, it really even just becomes even more kind of intuitive.
Are you happy now, kitty?
But yeah, definitely like, almost like a muscle memory while you're doing it. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you get it.
You know what I should have thought of before using these brushes? I should have washed them out because I'm seeing they're like shedding a lot, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah, cheap brushes will shed a little bit, but...
Especially because they just came out of the package, so anything loose that was in there already.
Mhm.
And I don't even remember how much I spent on these. I was like, I already spent enough money, so... And I know I have good brushes somewhere, I just...
Yeah.
I don't know where. I'll find them one day.
One day they'll show up.
One day. Maybe when I move and if I get unpacked again ever. Alright, so I've got a really light
Got a
base.
really light wash.
Do you think that's too light? Should I do a little more? Should I blend a little more?
Sorry.
Maybe I like the edges. I actually kind of do.
I just was pointing them out. I let you make the decision.
Okay. But this is going to be the base layer anyway, so if they get blended out, that's fine, because likely they're going to get covered anyway. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what is my next step?
Well, you're going to have to let it dry unless you want to get like... Because basically now it's wet. So if you start laying other colors down, everything's just they're gonna bleed together and everything's gonna run down to the bottom.
Sure.
So it's already gonna start to do that. I mean, you can already tell a little bit with some of these lines here that it's kind of already sort of dripping its way down. If you wanted to continue to blend that out, you would just continue to wipe with your brush. If you like the lines, you could just leave it there and let it dry.
Okay.
Which I generally always like. Whatever the paint wants to do, generally I am totally fine with. So like those lines and things like that would not be bothering me like at all. Do you, Enob, I don't know if you're still here, but do you do any painting or anything? Watching, you know, it's not necessary to like chat or anything like that.
Right.
So I had asked if you did any painting yourself. That was my question. Are we too quiet?
I can definitely talk louder. I've been intentionally talking really quiet because normally...
You've tried drawing? Yeah. I used to draw. I used to draw quite a lot. But then I felt stressed every time I would draw, so the music's a bit loud. Okay. Let me make adjustments. Okay, that should help hopefully a little bit. Thanks for letting us know. Right now, you're doing wood stuff, dabbing in wood stuff, like you're doing wood making? Like woodworking, I guess would be the technical. You don't really make wood, do you?
If you're a tree, you do. Maybe he's a tree.
If you're a tree. Oh, he'd really say carving.
Cool, carving. Neat.
Woodworking sounds like big stuff. So do you carve like animals or just like designs or? I do like to check everybody else's stuff out, so I do allow links if you wanna. I don't really have chat rules because I really don't care. So if you want to link something, you're more than welcome to. But you don't have to. Oh, you're, I'm practicing, I would say design. Okay. But nothing adventurous right now. So when you say design, I automatically kind of lean towards, like, Celtic. Is that, am I, like, correct in thinking that that's kind of a design style for you?
I'm going to interrupt really quick while they get a chance to. Where shall I set this? While
I usually start over here.
Okay. I don't want to put on anything that you're concerned about the.
Watercolor cleans up really nice.
Yeah.
So. Not almost, but I do like it. When I get a certain skill, I will definitely try Celtic stuff. Nice. Okay.
What? But I've been here for such a long time now.
Yeah, my kitty cat has to get adjusted to the changes.
She's a good guard kitty, we discovered.
She's a very good guard cat.
Oh, I put my stuff on the table and now you have to reclaim it.
Uh-huh. Yep.
That's your table. You're a good girl. Very good girl.
Yeah. I think I've never done any like woodworking. But I've always been interested in lots of different forms of I guess creative expression, so I definitely wouldn't be against doing it, that's for sure.
You know, something I've always thought is really interesting is wood turning. Especially with like wood burls. Do you know what burls are?
No.
So if you look at my phone case, because it's made out of a burl,
Yeah, show them too.
so I don't know if that's close enough, but you can see all the different textures in the wood, like versus when you're looking at like just a regular piece of lumber, you know, like the grains of the wood all run basically in the same direction. But a burl is like an abnormal growth on a tree. It's not really bad for the tree, but it grows, the cells grow in all different directions. So you get all these really neat kind of bubbles and spirals, and can't even describe how those are, but it's really cool. And if you look up like different wood pieces that people have done, like wood turning and turned burls into like big bowls and stuff, it's just, they're so beautiful, that different grain. I just remember seeing something about it on TV when I was a kid, and I was like, oh, that's so neat.
So is it like a process or?
Yeah, so you, what, the burl itself, or like the turning
like
the
the
wood?
turning, I think is.
So like you have like your big lump of wood, and they'll like drill a hole into the end of it and like put a big screw through it, and that's on like a wood lathe or like a turning. So like it spins the piece of wood, and then you've got your chisels there, and as it turns, it's scraping it so that you could shape it how you want.
Oh, so it's like on a spindle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of, or like if you think of a rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, it's a rotisserie chicken of wood.
Nice. So that might that might interest you a little bit.
Yeah, definitely check that out.
Inab. I had never heard of that either, but that sounds like a different way to carve.
Yeah.
You'd have to use that, like a different kind of wood, or?
No, you can use any wood you want.
Okay.
I just specifically like the burls because once they're all polished and because the grain doesn't all run in one direction, it catches the light in a different way.
Nice.
They're just really pretty looking. It's different.
That is very different. I always really liked doing, I've always wanted to do stained glass, so.
Yeah, my mom just started doing that the other year. We drove up.
Hiya, Sunflower. Welcome back. Oh, I've heard of that type of wood. It's super expensive and rare to find.
What
Ooh.
is it?
The wood that you were talking about.
Oh, burls? Yeah, they are expensive because it's not like one species. It just happens to be a random growth on different trees. And actually, I work for a place that uses those in woodworking. So I kind of get to learn all about those, which is really fun.
Have you ever done the wood turning?
I did try once. I didn't get very far because when I had a friend that does it teach me, like, it was outside in his garage and it was like kind of cold. So after a while we were just like, it's too cold to do this. And then I just have never gotten the chance to go back and do it again.
Gotcha. Because we have some, it looks like some chatters who would be kind of interested in trying that, or at least seeing how it was done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can find, I know I've seen videos online. You can see really cool ones too where people have done like wood burls with like colorful resin attached to it.
Colorful resin, really?
Yeah, so, and like they'll have like clear resin too, and it like just looks like you've got this encapsulated like sky above like this mountainous texture of the burl. So yeah, look those up. And then I dropped my stencils on the ground.
That's alright.
I think while I'm waiting for that to dry a little bit, I'm just gonna mess around here and get some colors that I like, and then maybe on my test paper where I was testing colors, kind of block out maybe what I'm feeling I want to do, just to see what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah, so we have myself, who's been painting for a while, and then we have Miss Umbra here with us, and she is just kind of starting. So, yep. At some point, I'll have pictures I'm comfortable showing. All artists are kind of like that. They kind of, and that's kind of, so this is going to go on a little bit on a tangent. So that's kind of why I do this intuitive painting, because I feel like artists get a little bit, they want to be too perfect all the time.
I completely agree.
And then they kind of get afraid of like, well, my stuff's not good enough. That's why I don't draw anymore. So like this intuitive thing kind of just takes that away a little bit. So, and you can't be awful. You can only ever get better. So.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like how I was saying, I haven't painted anything in like 10 years, and that's probably because like in even like elementary school, I was one of the kids that people thought were like really artsy. But then like some of the other artsy kids, just like at one point, I felt like I kind of plateaued, and other people, I saw them getting better or doing things that I wish I could do, and I was comparing myself to their style, and I just lost my love of drawing and painting and other stuff, because all I thought is, oh, it's not good as
This other
so-and-so's,
person's
or it's
thing.
not as good as it is in my head as I want it to turn out. So
Yeah.
we're gonna see how this goes.
I definitely agree, though, Ainab. I think, you definitely know when you like it, but I feel like it's okay to, like, try, not be too hard on yourself, I guess, that's what I'm trying to say. This is gonna be so I'm just going back in now. I took the stencil off, and we can kind of see a little bit the effect that we kind of got from doing this. So I'm just going back in, and I like to step back, take a look, and then go back in. Because sometimes you're too close to your work. And you just gotta back up a little bit. How long are you streaming? Doug Roth, welcome back. I'm so sorry I missed you in the chat earlier. We don't have a time limit today on streaming because it's the weekend. So how do you feel? I'm sure you probably are okay with that. And I think I'm way too afraid, cautious for pity compliments. Aww. I don't give pity compliments, but also I feel like
A lot of people don't either, yeah.
most or all art is good. So I don't know. My opinion might be kind of skewed. I kind of had said this on some of my other streams, like, do you create stuff? Congratulations, you're an artist. Like,
Oh, you did say that the other day.
I did, yeah. Like, that's my opinion. So, which I could see could be kind of could be taken as being a little bit too nice, I guess, on stuff that maybe other people would be a little bit more critical of.
You say it in such like a bossy, like mean way that it makes it not overly nice. You're just like, congratulations, you're an artist. Like, get over it.
I prefer to wait really like what I make to show it. Yeah. I totally get it. Like, I would never say that that's wrong or right. It's just, I understand that people feel that way.
Also, don't feel pressured to show people your stuff either, but don't be afraid, but don't feel pressured. Because, like, I write a little bit too, and, like, for me, writing is just, like, so attached to your soul. Like, it's really scary showing it to people. So, very few people ever see anything I write because I'm just like, no, I have to, like, finish it before I show anybody. And it's so much more like your thoughts, where painting and drawing is more up to interpretation. So it's almost a little more secretive. You're like, what were they thinking? What were they feeling when they did that? But
yeah, with words, it's definitely way more straightforward. But have you ever heard, oh, it's so pretty, but you feel the words were empty? Oh yeah, all the time. Oh yeah. We were talking about that in another stream. How people's intentions are, some of us can really tell people's intentions really well. So I'll have to find a way to fix that. Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, there's no wrong way to do it. If it's something you feel you struggle with and you want to, move forward with that, then yeah, definitely focus on doing that. Sunflower says, I suck at accepting compliments too. I just say, oh, you can't say thank you. I feel like I have to fill the space with a negative, but it's a bad habit.
I think a lot of people have that bad habit. I do it too. You're like, I wish someone would appreciate me for what I do. And then someone's like, hey, great job on that. And you're like, oh no, it's not really that big a deal. Which one is it?
And I think, and we've gone over this before, I think people are just so critical of themselves, just like in general. Like, and again, it goes back to that comparison to other like styles and things like that. Yeah, sunflower, exactly, yeah.
Canvas is bad.
Because I think everybody that has kind of stopped by and like given their opinion, which I'm totally thankful for all of you, like just stopping in and sharing. That's what we're here for. I wouldn't stream if I didn't want to talk to people or like, get your opinions. So thank you for all this. I do think though that that's kind of how that works. I kind of lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. I'd be like, oh, I just learned it from YouTube, or downplay myself. Yeah, there's a There's a saying, I think in Japanese, that they'll say "jouzu jarimasen," which is like, I'm not skilled yet, and I think that's just a mentality. Like, it's a mentality over there where like they don't want to come off as arrogant, and I think
humility is
humility is like a huge thing, and I feel like artists are kind of like that too. Like, that's my 2 cents. I like to pretend it's staying humble. Yeah, that's exactly what I was kind of aiming towards with those statements. So
okay, so this is pretty much dried now, so I think I can add my next layer. The question is, do you recommend doing the mandalas first, or doing clouds and then doing those over it, or does it really not matter?
So what I usually do, the mandala when I'm painting is usually just a filler. So like it fills a negative space
right,
that I wouldn't normally put in. So like when I had my other painting, which I don't have right here, but when I had my other painting, I had my flowers, and then I had my sun, and then this part was kind of empty.
Okay.
So that's why I just kind of threw my
So you
there.
kind of get everything else in there that you want first.
But this time I've laid this mandala in first.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, we might end up just painting the willow tree right over it. So, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know.
Right, you don't know.
So, but I think it'll be interesting too, if this mandala does kind of come through the willow tree a little bit. Either way, it's going to be cool. So.
Okay, so I just need to think about how I want to do clouds then. How is it? You're usually using kind of like a bigger round brush, aren't you? When you're kind of like dabbing in your cloudy spots.
So this is going to be another kind of weird artist statement from me. I don't think there's really a wrong brush to use. I think there's a brush that you're more comfortable with. So whichever that would be. I'm very relaxed when I paint, so painting with that giant brush is really just for me to lay down the layer and move on.
Right.
I'm not really going in for high details, so it really depends on which one you're kind of wanting to accomplish.
And the types of brushes I have with me today are very limited, so I'm going to stick with the one that I use to lay my background, even though it's a flat brush. I think if I use it correctly, it should turn out okay.
So I think later on, like probably the next time I have a stream going, I'll have because I saw some other artists and they have their portfolios kind of like kind of flashing up through the corner, and I think that would be nice to have. Yeah, scrolling. So like, even though like the one we have right now is kind of a hot mess, that's how they always are when you start. And I feel like sometimes it doesn't really draw some people in because they're like, what is even going on with this painting?
It's a work in progress.
Exactly. So.
And that's why people get paranoid about their work not looking good enough.
Yeah. Yeah. So sunflower lady definitely agrees. She says even if it falls, this mandala falls into the background, it's still gonna pop out a little bit. So.
Also, sorry if I keep leaning over the camera and my side, people. Not that I watch her more; she knows what she's doing so far. But if I'm blocking your view too much, just yell at me if you are interested in what I was doing. If not, then it's cool too.
Yeah, if you want to see what the newbie's doing.
See that it's okay to make mistakes and just
exactly.
figure out. I think I'm just gonna kind of get this really wet and then dab with some paper towel.
I did notice though, you have your canvas scooted just a little bit. I think your foot moved. There we go. I'm kind of moving you just a tiny bit.
That's fine.
It's the angle. That angle should help you too when you want to lean over. Yeah, so since there's one up here, and this is most likely where I'm going to put my tree, I'm just going to bring another one down here. And I'm going to do the same feel, but I don't want it to be centered, so I'll just pull it off the edge a little bit here. This is where it gets tricky, because then I have to kind of like hold it as I'm doing it. I noticed, Sunflower Lady, that you had a really interesting, at least I'm assuming it's your page, you had a really interesting chest of drawers, which had like a dream catcher on it. Was that yours? I feel like it was. I really liked it, by the way. I think I hearted it. If I didn't heart it, I had every intention to heart it and forgot. But I really like those. Oh yeah, that one. Did it? I don't know. I think I mentioned this to another streamer, because there's another streamer that does kind of like home decor, and she pops into my stream quite a bit too. she's called Talented, but she is one of my followers, and she does some, like I said, home decor stuff too. I had mentioned to her how cool it would be to do some mandalas. So just because you guys are in the same kind of field, that might be interesting too. I just like to, and I do that, I just like to give other people ideas, like, especially if it's something that already seems to kind of fit what they're doing. Oh, really? Nice. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only tricky part is
Yeah,
you're gonna have to
working
stop
upright.
your, if you,
Which is fine. I'm kind of just seeing what effects it makes because I kind of like the runny look.
yeah.
It's not too runny.
That's what I meant. Like, I generally just try to let the water do whatever it wants.
And honestly, I think if it runs here more than I want it to, I'm planning on putting a tree there, so. It's not-
Oh yeah, Dedgaroth, we changed things a little bit because I have my friend painting with me today, which is something we don't normally do. But she really felt inspired to paint, and I wasn't gonna say no. So so this is a little bit different on this channel. It's usually just me. So.
Hi. Again.
But she's here today, so we're gonna let her be here.
It's Miss Umbra that's usually in the chats.
Yes, this is Miss Umbra. We have one less chatter in the chat today because she's here. Well,
I think she likes you now because she's laying on your stuff.
yeah. I
Oh,
think
or
so.
maybe she's like,
Marking herself.
yeah, she's like,
Armoire,
this
that-
belongs to me now, and just leave.
Oh, the cat.
Yeah,
Really?
she's laying on my bags now.
Nice.
I kind of am tempted to go over and be like, "Can I pet you, kitty?" And then
I mean, you can try. She might. She's calm now.
I think I'm gonna lay this down so it can dry a little bit more, and I'm gonna go
Pet a cat.
cat cuddles.
Because it's drying anyway. So we'll just watch me do this boring stencil. So, I had an armoire that I had painted once on it. It was a tie-dye painted background. Ooh. Was it like a monochromatic painted tie-dye? Because that would be really awesome. And then Enid says, well, I met you like this. It's all I know. I know, right? You kind of just came in. I have my other streams. I do upload them. I do auto-upload. So if you kind of want to get a better feel of, I guess, what a normal stream is, don't watch the one last night, because that was a bizarre stream. There was lots of weird stuff going on. I'm just teasing. It's only near the end is it a weird stream. But she says, I'm such an animal person. I would do the same thing. Nice.
This
Yeah.
was the first milk here. 100%.
Yeah, my cat, and she usually likes to
It's like a stream.
stop in
I just
and
wanted to make sure.
kind of say hi.
Yeah.
It was blended, lots of water and streaming. Ooh, I live in the Midwest, and that style isn't near as popular as farmhouse. I live, yeah. I mean, I think we're probably pretty close, maybe, but it's really not. I feel like that kind of stuff is going to be popular, like, probably like California or something like that. I'm probably doing a very large generalization, but yeah, definitely, like, even in this area, like, we went to a hippie fest over the weekend. Was it last weekend? Hippie fest?
Yeah.
I think it was. I think it was last weekend. And even the stuff there, because I'm thinking, oh, they're going to have lots of interesting designs that I'm really going to like. We're going to find a nice tapestry that I can put on my wall. you know, lots of interesting stuff's gonna be there, and we were quite disappointed actually. Like, I prefer my stuff to kind of what was already there. Not to be like, you know, praising myself, but it's just like I feel like this design is very different. So that's kind of what I wanted something different. Gosh darn it.
So I'd never heard of that Hippie Fest before. What else do they do there?
They do, at the Hippie Fest, they do like live music. They have food vendors. They have,
Which the live music was good.
the live music was good. We kind of caught, it had just rained, so,
Yeah, so it was kind of a mess.
Was it
Yeah.
here or was it like in a different town?
It was in Kalamazoo.
all right.
Oh, in
Thank
Kalamazoo.
you so much
That makes sense.
for checking in, Ina. We appreciate it. Hope to see you again.
Bye.
You can follow if you want, or
I
you
waved
don't
at the
have
mic.
to. So, oh yeah, I guess I could wave.
Yeah. Hi. There's a camera here, and you probably saw me wave at the microphone earlier.
Bye bye. Thanks for visiting. But yeah, anyway, I was really disappointed with like how it was. I'll leave a second meeting to chance. Aw. That's fine. I don't stress about it. No big deal. Thank you. Yeah, I was anticipating. They also had like vendors, and both of us actually, me and Charlotte, were kind of disappointed because the vendors that were there had all kinds of like crazy. It was all kind of like not very natural. So like when because when I think of hippie, I think of like, you know, somebody who loves the earth, and,
Right.
like nature,
I agree.
and, like things like that, and everything that was at this
It was
festival.
just like all in your face, like
Was-
acid.
Yeah, very.
Bright colors.
There's two kinds of hippies. There's like the Earth Child hippie, and then there's like the psychedelic
Yeah, and everything
This
there
was
was.
60s
like
hippie.
mostly psychedelic.
Yeah,
Or like we want black
Giant
lights.
mushrooms.
Yeah.
You know, with
Yeah, giant mushrooms. Like it was
the
not
lady on it.
our
Well,
kind of
you know,
thing.
Crazy, like she was going back and forth. It was like this huge, weird dress thing that she was in, but she was like probably like 10 or 15 feet in the
I
air.
think she was like a
Cool.
rope
I actually-
dancer.
Someone else had said that they were that I know on Facebook had said that they were going there, and they posted pictures, and I saw some of those like people on crazy stilts. That looks
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. And don't get me wrong, it was fun for the most part, but just the vendors there were all kind of samey. There was really only like one crystal vendor, really, which I was kind of hoping for more, but yeah, everything was very rainbowy, very bright, very like it was all the same. It was basically a vendor, all different vendors that had all the same stuff in them, which was kind of
That's too
unfortunate.
bad.
So, but that's all right. I mean, you're kind of like,
I know. I'm like I suppose I could start another thing on the paper and on a piece of paper and just see how it goes, but just waiting for those clouds
I just
to
wanted to
dry.
know. I was more or less asking, like, 'cause you were kind of staring, so I didn't know if you
Oh,
needed
no,
help.
No, I was just like enraptured by watching you dab up the paint.
Oh yeah, I'm basically just scraping the paint with my brush.
Yeah, so I was watching for a second. You're like subtracting.
Yeah, I'm basically just I'm taking it out.
Nice.
The
'Cause
mathematics of paint.
We undo a lot of our work sometimes here. It's just what we do. We don't really have a plan right when we go in. This is an intuitive painting channel, so if you didn't read that description, that's what you're watching right now. So we kind of just do things on a whim. So a lot of the time we will literally spend kind of going back and making some changes to what almost what we already were doing. So I am subtracting, but then I am kind of trying to go back in and lay a little bit of a layer back down just to soften it up a little bit. So that's kind of just what we're doing today. So Sunflower, I think if you ever, I don't know if the Hippie Fest was ever in your area, but
Yeah,
if
you
you,
said it travels all
if you,
around, right?
it does travel, that festival does travel all the way around.
Oh, that's interesting.
And according to the inventory I saw vendor-wise, I think your stuff would have worked better than most of the other vendors that were there. So
I was gonna say the vendors probably switch up a lot as it goes too.
I would imagine it probably does, but
I mean, it's so specific. Maybe people follow it around the whole country, but that'd be pretty quick.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I wonder how that works. If they call local vendors, they probably have a bit of both.
Well, I mean, you can sign up, so I'm imagining that local vendors can sign up, you know.
That makes sense.
But I feel like, anyways, I don't know if Sunflower Girl's still here or not. Sunflower Lady, I guess. But that might be a
It's
good one to try.
information for everybody.
Yeah, that's true. My kids were being loud. It's okay. Did you get a chance to hear what I was kind of mentioning to you? I don't mind repeating stuff. That's why I'm asking.
Ooh, this is curling a lot.
What was the festival called? It was called Hippie Fest. So Hippie Fest, like festival. I don't know if it travels. Aren't you in Missouri? I'm gonna be really impressed if I can remember this kind of stuff, guys, about my viewers. Like, who else is gonna remember that?
I have a pretty good memory. When I worked at the Humane Society, I could like memorize all the cats. And I realized that I remember cat faces better than I do human faces.
That's awesome.
It's great. I remember all their
I
names.
am. Yeah, so I don't know if they go to Missouri, but I know they travel around quite a lot. Smack in the middle, nice. Well, I know for sure if I ever make it over to Missouri, and I'm smack dab in the middle of the state, I will try and come over.
Don't you have family out that way? Or am I imagining that?
If I do, my sister knows of them and I do not, which
Oh,
is
okay.
not abnormal.
I was gonna say because I feel like your sister went out there once, but it could have been a different state, and I get all those middle states mixed up.
Are you admitting, Miss Summer, that you wouldn't pass a geography test?
I actually came in second place in the 4th grade geography B, so
Sweet, yeah.
I'm just saying I don't remember who lives there and stuff. She could have said a different state,
Gotcha.
but I used to know like all the capitals and stuff. I guess nowadays I would not pass.
So this is going to be kind of different too. So look, even this in itself, as I'm kind of looking, like even in a little bit further kind of away look, it's almost looking kind of star-like, a little bit.
It's looking a little what?
A little bit like a little bit star-like. Like,
Oh, yeah,
How far
yeah.
if you back up a little bit?
I can see that. Yep.
Yeah, so this one's gonna be interesting. I'm not sure how this one's gonna go. But I might do just a little bit more up here. And then I'll be done with the stencil, then we'll move on. Because I feel like watching the stencil part can be kind of boring.
I don't know. I don't mind it. I'm just right now. I think this spot in the middle. I'm not really feeling. It's a little too dark. so
I
I'm
do
just
like
gonna
how
let it-
dark this spot is.
Yeah, I do too. This one was just a weird shape. I think I either need to elongate it a little bit out here, and then maybe soften it a bit at the bottom. I might kind of.
And that's what I mean, like when I'm painting. So like, if we look at Miss Umber's painting, she not being too like formal about what's going on her
No.
canvas. Like, there's strips here. You know, we're really not worried.
And honestly, I really like that kind of organic.
Yeah.
I don't want to say like sloppy or lazy, but like
It's water, so the water's doing what
yeah,
it wants
you're
to
you're
do.
getting that feeling of the water.
Yeah,
I like it.
I do too. I do like it.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna leave my sky alone for the moment, but I might start laying in my ground and my tree. The question is what color? I think I'm gonna.
So, Sunflower Lady agrees that the drips do feel very
They
organic.
look cool. I like them.
Yeah.
Just like I don't know, I really can't get a word for how it makes me feel. It just kind of feels like whimsical, or I don't know.
It feels free
Yes, that's closer.
because we weren't constricting
Mhm.
what it had to do. We were just kind of letting the paint and the water do what it wanted to do. And we were just embracing that into our painting instead of getting frustrated by it. Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, except I was kind of planning to go that way to begin with, and I think coming into it with that attitude was different than how I've painted in the past. I would have been like, oh, it keeps dripping. Why is it dripping? Like,
Exactly. Like, and then it becomes no fun. So
or
then-
when I was like really emo in high school, I would have been like, it's crying like my soul or something.
Oh my gosh. I like that so much.
I know.
Yeah, I think I've used that word organic a lot with my painting style. Like, I just let the water do whatever it wants to do. You know?
That's kind of what I want. All right, it's gonna get crazy here because now I'm
I
gonna
do have
a
another
tree.
question, Sunflower Lady. Because I do really like the style of your, you know, most of your work. But I don't feel like it'd be worth it for me to get like a large piece of furniture. So do you do any like tapestries or like anything like that, or? Because I'm looking for wall decor right now, and like you seem to fit in like with my style that I like. So I just thought I would ask. I'm very disappointed that Hippie Fest did not have a tapestry or
You're like, I went
a
there.
wall hanging that I
went
wanted.
there with a purpose.
I did go there with a purpose, and I came empty-handed, which was kind of sad. Oh, so thank you. I don't usually do anything small. That's all right. I just thought I would ask.
Maybe you should try like doing watercolors like on a silk or something.
Watercolor, I don't think silk is really absorbent. Like, I
Or-
don't think it would.
I did a silk painting once, but it was like a kit, so it was like a really long time ago. I think it was in middle school.
Oh, so you're kind of like helping me figure out how to make my own tapestry.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Gotcha.
saying. Yeah.
Nice. Maybe I should.
It was like a kit where you got like a silk scarf and it had like kind of outlines of like a floral pattern on it, and you can fill it in how you wanted. But I have no idea what kind of paint it used. And I actually think I still have that scarf.
You said your paintings involve a truck? Or your truck? Oh man, okay. Yeah, my paintings are a little bit freeform. Do you ever have this struggle as well where people will say, oh, I really like your work. Can you paint this thing that's like totally out of character for your art style? Do you ever get that too? And it's like, I don't think you like my work how you think you like my work.
They're just like, you're an artist, you can do anything, right? Which maybe they mean it as a compliment.
some people have, some friend was trying to help us. She says some people have fabric with chalk paint.
Oh, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
I like to move it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm leaning to not doing custom requests too. But the people I have most recently been getting requests from have kind of requested something that is on
Well, that's good.
the line of what I'm already doing. They just want like certain colors or, you know, something like that. Or like have a certain feel they're trying to convey, so. But I did have one, which I feel bad because then I start doing one commission, but then I turn down the other commission, like, and these are all like people I know, so it just makes it hard, like, because then I kind of feel like a jerk because I don't really want to do this other person's commission because it's not my style. I might be able to send them your way though, because they wanted like a farmhouse type painting, which is just not what I do. Do you have anything like that? If I like go to like your Instagram, or do you have an Etsy or something for that? No, I'm just trying to help you get some. No, I'm just trying to help you get some work.
Was it your sister that wanted a farmhouse painting?
It was
No.
one of the ladies from work.
I was gonna say, that seems like something your sister would like. That's very her style.
Yeah. Yeah, so you always say if you think styles mesh. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm kind of having to explain to this woman, but I feel like your stuff, like at least from like your furniture and stuff I saw on Instagram, like seemed to really match up what I think she was anticipating. So if you have something like a site or something for that, I could probably send her your way instead, which I think she would be happy with either way, as long as she's getting what she really wants, you know? I usually just do silhouettes of chickens or cows. That's fine. I think that's
adorable.
And again, she kind of wanted that rustic farmhouse kind of feel, so I mean, if that's all you do, I can still kind of offer that suggestion, because I'd hate to just say no, but if I can say no softly with an offer of something else, I feel like that's pretty.
That's a great way of doing it. That's a great attitude. Like,
Yeah.
instead of just being like, I don't like your style, but being like, I appreciate you asking me, but
I
you-
don't think it'll match, but here's
yeah,
another.
but you know, I really, and then you're supporting
option.
your fellow artists too, instead of just being like keeping
Yeah.
all the love for yourself.
Because then I kind of help, at that point, you're kind of like helping everybody, like. Stupid simple, but I never post the stuff because I prefer to do more hippie stuff. Yeah,
I don't like that branch.
that's the stuff I'm more proud of. Yeah, exactly. I totally get where you're coming from. I'm trying to post more on my Instagram because I feel like
I still need to follow you.
I feel like my Instagram is like, because I have a Facebook too, but that one just seems to be kind of just having it just because, like, it doesn't really do anything. So I feel like I need to move some of my stuff over to Instagram, but I don't want to like spam everybody all at once.
What you could do is just, part of my job is I run an Instagram account.
Oh, cool. I should just ask you all my Instagram questions.
Well, I just started doing it, so I'm like, the marketing side of it. See, this is my thing. Like, some places are really strict about their Instagram stuff, and I'm just kind of like, do what feels right for you. Like,
Yeah.
some of the stuff, because I also run the other social media for this company, and
Yeah, exactly.
kind of like some stuff, like, I like when companies or artists that I follow on social media are just like really upfront and human with you instead of being like if you have a problem that happens, like there was an issue at my place where I work and they had to close down, and instead of just putting on there like, hey guys, you know, this happened, you know, they're like, oh well, we don't want people to think bad things about us because this unfortunate thing happened. Sorry, I'm being vague about it, but in case like anybody,
I know.
yeah. So but my thought is like most people would be understanding and they would be empathetic, and then they would probably even give you more business because they'd be like, oh man, like there was a problem at their building, and you know that probably ended up costing them money. We should like help them out and support them and buy more of their products instead of, you know, just being like, oh, nothing to see here, move along, like.
Yeah. I totally get it. Nice.
Yeah. I feel like I need another branch over here though.
It's coming along really well. I haven't even like looked over at your end for a while. So
I am very pleased with myself, I will say.
Yeah. Yeah, I look over and like all of a sudden you have like a tree and everything.
I know. I am gonna go back over the canopy of the tree when it dries though, because I do want it to be darker. Although the see-through effect is kind of fun. Actually, I think
You can do it just a little bit. You don't have to do it a ton. You can just like touch up those places that are already dark already naturally.
I think also, now that I'm looking at it, because I was like, oh, it needs another branch on this side, and so I added branches, and I'm like, it needs more leaves over there. So I'm gonna bring in more.
When I have spaces like this that I don't want to hurt my negative space really, but I don't want a dead branch, I just put small bits for like new growth. Like a tree that has like new branches growing. So that way you're still
It's a good idea.
utilizing it, but you're not ruining the beautiful negative space that you've kind of created. That's my 2 cents. I'm done. I'm not gonna say anything else. That was helpful enough, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's gonna be like 2 different, distinctly different painting styles on there, so.
It's really fun though to see different stuff.
I'm totally okay with that. It is so funny. I love him so
He
much.
must be having a good time back there. I wonder if everybody else can hear him giggling.
Oh yeah, they probably can. Oh yeah, if I go back in the stream sometimes, because I check them just to make sure.
There's not like ghosts talking or something in the background of your stream.
Yeah.
As they are wont to do.
Or like random bumps in the night.
Or really, really loud explosions.
Oh my god. That was like the weirdest experience.
Probably. There was just me and Dead Groth that night listening, so I don't know if anybody else was.
I don't think anyone else really caught what was going on. I don't think there was anybody else in the chat or viewers at that time.
They're like, what are you guys talking about?
Degroth's like, you should make a clickbait title.
He said I should go check on you when you guys were like looking around. He was like, do you know her address, right? I'm like, I don't, but I could find out.
We could find it.
Yeah, I was like, I know her sister. It's fine. Well, I know like your mom and your stepdad too. So
Check the news too, and I was like, there's like nobody's got nothing.
yeah, my thoughts is you live in a really weird little town and maybe something just blew up, and then the city's just like, no, don't worry about it. It's all good. Or just the part of the country that we live in, because it is a small town, just rednecks shooting guns is my thought. Or shooting vermin, and it's like, you shouldn't do that in the city. you're gonna scare people.
For reasons.
Do
said
that
reasons.
when when I worked on the Humane Society too. I think I mentioned that earlier. People would call in about like nuisance wildlife and stuff, and they'd want to know what to do about it. And we're like, well, you can trap and remove it, which is, by the way, not a helpful thing. Just leave the wildlife there. Like, if you move a raccoon, another one's gonna fill its place, and then the one that you drop out in the middle of nowhere in a cornfield isn't probably gonna live because he doesn't know where it's at. Like, it's not like he can just like drive to the nearest Walmart and be fine. Like, he's like, I'm a city raccoon and I don't know what I'm doing out here, and I don't know where there's water. Anyway, that was a tangent. But people all the time would be like, they lived in the city limits, and they would be like, well, can I shoot it? And I would be like, no. I mean, you could if you want the cops to show up at your house, but please don't. Like, just the things that people think
That's
of.
when you just like refer them to the city. Like,
Yeah.
clearly you need to check your city's ordinances before making any further drastic decisions about your life. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird to me. That people just think that kind of stuff is like okay. So weird.
People come from all different experiences, so we'll just give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. He is so strange.
Is he singing at the TV, or just like, is he doing?
He will sing. He sings all the time.
Oh, okay. I do that too, like to my animals, or like when I'm cooking or cleaning, like if I accidentally hurt myself or like burn myself on the stove, like I will sing out my pain. It seems to help.
Yes. Nice. So I'm just kind of cleaning up this moon a little bit here. And this can be quite easy to do because you're literally just going around the edge here and kind of just cleaning stuff up.
I just thought of a potential error that I ran into, which I shouldn't have done the trunk yet, but we'll make it work. Because I was like, I should have done. But what I could do is just do like a wash in the background and then let it fade down to this background color, I think.
Or you can just let the tree tell you where the background is.
I think I want a little bit more though, but we'll see. I am very happy so far though. So yay! Your inspiration has paid off, because I could have come here and just been angry the whole time. I've been like, this was a terrible idea.
No, that's not the goal.
And it's sad because I think my boyfriend actually left to go visit family in a different state. So it's not even like I could be like, well, I'm out here, I'll just go hang out with him, because he's not actually even in town right now. I think he left already.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, he said something about like, oh, how long are you going to be over there painting? And I was like, oh, do you want me to like stop by after? And he's like, oh, depending on how long you're there, because his family lives in Michigan City, so he has to drive past where I live to go visit them. And he says he was doing something with his grandma and his aunt tomorrow. He's so sweet. So, yeah, he was like, oh, I could stop by your house on the way there. And I was like, then I'm already here. I could just see you here and you could leave tomorrow morning. But I don't know. He's a night owl, and he actually loves to like drive long distances and doesn't even mind driving at night. So that I'm not the same way.
No,
I actually really used to like driving at night, but now I'm a little more nervous about it. But I think that's because like a few years ago I had a bad car accident where my car was totaled, and now I'm just like a little more paranoid in general about driving. I was fine, luckily, like bodily, no injuries aside from like I was sore for a couple days, but like my car was like gone.
Yeah, I can see that.
I drove a little Volkswagen Jetta, and I got hit by like a Jeep Compass. So actually, because your sister's ex-boyfriend ended up buying the wreckage off of me, and he rebuilt the car, so it lived on for several more years before he sold it to somebody else, and then I think they totaled it for good. So And that car was as old as I am, so that's pretty good. Like almost 30-year-old car. Yeah.
I mean, my little red car was getting up there, so that's not so bad.
Your current car is probably getting up there too, but I don't.
Yeah.
It's probably not quite as old as mine.
Mm-mm.
Not my old one, but my current one is still fairly old.
So I do want to grab a reference. One reference. Just one. We don't need a lot.
I'm just checking out your chat. If anybody's like, what is she doing? My child wants me to get him yellow fruit snack to add to his water. What is he like? Putting like gummy snacks in it, or is that what he calls like the flavor drops or whatever people put?
So I'm just checking like the average layout of a willow.
Oh, so we went. My mom and I and a couple other people went on Monday to Meyer Sculpture Garden in Grand Rapids. So if you live in that area, definitely recommend you go there. And you can go there too because it would be close enough. But other people listening. So Meyer Sculpture Garden in Grand Rapids is this huge garden. Part of it is just like there's not a whole lot to see plant-wise, but they have like just these massive sculptures of like all kinds of types of sculptures, like modern ones, realistic ones, and you can walk around and look at all of them outside. And then they have more like horticultural gardens, really nice. So they installed a Japanese garden a few years ago, and I hadn't been out to see it yet. So I went, we spent like 2 hours walking around there, and I forgot where I was going with this. Nope, I remember, because you were looking at willow trees.
Yes.
They had this species of willow tree around one side of the Japanese garden. It was so pretty. It had really light colored leaves, like a really pale green, and then the closer to the tips of the branches, they would turn white, and then the very new growth at the end was like a blush pink of the leaves.
Ooh.
It was gorgeous. I'm like, oh, I wish I could.
So it's like, so it was green.
Mm-hmm.
And
Very.
then blush pink at
Yeah,
the very end.
kind of like, almost kind of like this kind of really pale green
Oh.
towards like the more mature parts of the branch.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never seen it before, but my mom said they're starting to be like really popular, but a lot of people get them. And my mom's a gardener. She said that they get huge, so, and they bush out everywhere, so they end up taking up more space than they anticipate, and then they end up ripping them out, which is too bad.
Aw.
I love trees, and when I owned my house, I had huge trees in my yard, and if trees just took over my yard wherever I live in the future, I would be perfectly happy. Like,
Exactly, yeah.
like if I ever bought a house and it was like just in a really plain grassy area and had no trees around it, I just feel really bare. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad this house has a tree, but it could use some more trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mine had some really old maple trees. Like one of them, like I can't even like hug. Like
It's so
I want to say that tree had to be at least like 100 years old. It was my favorite tree in the yard. It was in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just really nice to sit under it and.
I definitely like sitting under trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely my favorite. Definitely my favorite. So, this is kind of an abnormal thing. I do have one reference.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wasn't aware that you used references, but I guess if you don't
This is-
normally.
This is my one reference. I'm using my one reference pass right now. So this is what I'm just gonna. Because I'm trying to just get a nice gist of how this tree is like, kind of going up. So I'll just make it a little bit thicker. Again, we're not like super perfect about what we're doing. Like just getting the gist of the branches here. Because then basically the rest of it is just gonna come down. So.
It sounds like he's playing like Jenga back there, and
He is. I think what he's actually playing. What would you call it? It's like a Mario game, Mario RPG game.
Oh, why is stuff clattering in the background?
I don't know. He might have accidentally bumped something.
Oh, okay. No, I'm pretty sure he's playing Jenga. What do you think? If anybody's in the chat. Jenga or Mario game? Kitty came over and snipped my foot and didn't hiss at me. Oh, I'm honored.
That's so sweet.
So honored.
So I think that's a pretty decent reference point. The only other thing I'm gonna do is grab just a little bit. I'm gonna flush this brush out just a tiny bit, but leave some of the purple in. And I'm just gonna lay the general outline. Shoot. That's okay.
Are you running away?
Yeah, it's running away just a little bit more than what I wanted, so we're just gonna kind of.
And I think I got my spot maybe a little too wet.
I mean, I'm okay with running, but I do want to kind of limit this just a little bit.
Hey, sweetheart, are you getting in your kitty treat? Oh, is there something outside you're looking at?
She likes to watch the birds.
I got some goldfish in my cat just the first couple days that they were there. I also had the window open on the other side of the room, and so she just couldn't decide what she wanted more. She was like, this new magical thing called fish, or the birds that live in the bushes right outside the window. Like, and she just kept running back and forth and couldn't decide which one she was gonna like sit and watch. I was like, I kind of partly got the fish because I thought they would entertain her, but then I was like, I wonder if I'm just gonna drive her crazy or.
I think like I stopped it just enough, so that's our gist of where our tree is kind of
Nifty. So this brush definitely is showing its cheapness because like as I'm doing it, like separates and then it's like longer on the edges than it is in the middle. It's doing something weird. It turns into tentacles. I'm also not using it the way it should be because you probably shouldn't like dab with a round pointed brush.
I'm very mean to my brushes, so I will never tell you that what you're doing is wrong.
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't, but
I'm
in this case I'm like, but that's okay because like I said, I've got better brushes somewhere in the
very,
world.
very mean to my brushes, guys. My brushes are abused. So this is already kind of becoming kind of interesting just by itself. Northern Fox Studios is here. Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome. I changed things up just a little bit today. I inspired my friend to start painting, so she's painting with us today. Welcome. I'm so glad to see you just like kind of pop in for a second. I'm sorry I had to mute you earlier. Oh, you're just here to lurk. That's fine. I'll let you lurk. The thing is, though, if you're like me, you're bad at lurking, and then you have to mute me. Like I had to mute you.
Why is this? You were chatting too much, or what?
Since I work from home.
You were just like getting too distracted.
I just noticed that he was streaming, and I just like to check in, with everybody and let them know that I'm at least there to support them in what they're doing. And so I kind of just pop in and say, hey, I'm going to go to lurk mode. But then sometimes the conversation gets so interesting, I just feel like I have to
pop in.
I have to. Like,
that would be a problem for me because I do that in real life.
So then
too.
I felt bad. I was like, I know I said I was lurking, and clearly I'm not doing a good job at that. So you guys are going to be on mute. I'm so sorry.
What do they stream? Do they do art also?
Yep. Northern Fox does the stained glass with oil paints.
Ooh, neat.
But it looks like Northern Fox is just teasing me, so he's here to chill.
I really only joined Twitch because when I started watching you, it wasn't like working really well like in the browser, so I was like, I'll download the app and make a profile. So I definitely need like more people to follow, because like I've checked out a couple channels that I'm just like, I just want to watch Lady Luna Star. But I did also find some like animal, like there was like one that was just like a pasture of goats. I do have some cat ones too, or a cat one. It was like kittens. But yeah, I've tuned in and just like
I saw
watched
the kittens one and I thought of you.
Yeah,
I did.
I
I thought
totally
of you
do
when I
that.
saw that.
I used to do that at work. Just watch. There was like a pen with cats in it in the office across from my desk, and I would just like would just watch the cats playing when there was nothing interesting going on, and
Oh yeah.
that's a lot of fun. So
So you're painting now too? Northern Lights is how that sentence kind of sounds to me. That you're painting. Wasn't Nami and Joe gonna do some? I thought the plan was for a second maybe to watch them do their stream. You can hear my boyfriend playing his guitar now.
he's really good.
Yeah. He does full songs on YouTube, so if you're ever...
Yeah, I remember you saying that one of the days in your stream, so I'm gonna have to definitely check that out.
Yeah.
He is a brave man to...
He's done shows before. So.
Really? Oh, that's so cool. Did he have like, just like solo, or did he have like a group?
Yep, solo and some group stuff.
And is it, does he mostly do his like original songs, or is
yeah.
or a little both?
A little bit of both.
What kind of cover stuff does he like to do?
A little bit all over the place.
I will say that most of like my music taste or knowledge from like the past several years is just like metal that I used to listen to in high school. I still do a little bit, but so.
Yep, just working on that piece I was painting earlier. That one was really neat. That was the commission one, I think, right? Were those guys eating at the table, I think it looked like, maybe? But I guess they were going to, but not right at the moment. That's fine. We don't have a limit for our painting stream today, really. At least I don't. I mean, Miss Umbra can...
I don't. Like, if my boyfriend was going to hold off traveling until later, like, I would have, like, gone over there. And I don't want to stay too late because I don't want to have to drive back too late. But, I mean, honestly...
Yeah,
I don't have to be anywhere. I don't have any plans the rest of the weekend, so...
Yeah, we don't really have limit today on what we're doing, so...
Don't worry though, Kitty, I won't spend the night, because you know that you would just be so upset.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I thought they were sitting at a table. So what is our painting buddy's name again? This is Miss Umbra.
Insulted the cat. Hi, I'm in the chat sometimes.
Yes, so sometimes you'll see her kind of in the chat, just kind of, keeping things alive a little bit.
I'm also a real person.
Yes, she's a real human.
Did I tell you? So I
You're
also...
all boss.
No, so actually I was about to say that because I, a few months ago I started this job where part of it is social media and the other part is like customer service for this small business. And my first day I helped this guy like in the chat, and then he was just like at the end, he's like, thanks, you're a good bot. And I was like, I'm not, but I just sent him like a winky face and I was like, sure, but I think I want to like print that conversation because I have a screenshot of it and I want to like print it out and put it on my desk. So every day I know that people think that I'm a good bot, so I'm doing a good job.
Miss Umbra?
Miss
It's,
Umbra.
Miss Umbra, so like UNBRA?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Miss Umbra. So you weren't terrible. We probably honestly mumbled just a little bit.
And I have that problem too. So my username on Twitch is the name of my rabbit, my pet rabbit that I had for 7 years.
Yeah.
And I would tell people what her name was, and I think partly because it was such an unusual name, and also I don't always enunciate. They were like, "What?" So I'm probably was an oversight of choosing that as my name, but It's also my name on Instagram, so you can go see pictures of
Tribute
my.
to the
You can
to the rabbit.
to my rabbit, and you can see lots of pictures of cats and random plants. So, as much as I kill plants, I do like to take pictures of them in their natural state. So,
Alive.
yes, alive, and then I take a picture and I leave so that I don't do any damage to them.
Yeah, Miss Umber, if you want to put a link in, you can.
Oh, okay.
Looks like Northern Fox is interested in a link.
Let's see if I can even connect, unless you let me connect to your Wi-Fi.
Oh, Shyler.
That's okay.
I don't know if I know the password. That's
I've got
fine.
my data on too. I can always go walk in the other room and find out, but
Yeah, Shyler will tell us too.
okay, now it's coming up. Earlier, I tried to get on
Off
here.
the Insta and your Twitch. I don't think she streams. Like today is
no.
today's the
This
only
is my
stream.
debut.
This is her debut of streaming with me.
Nope, I don't stream. I think it would be really cool to do. I don't know what I would do right now if I were to do that. Maybe if I get into painting more, I'll do stuff like that. I also do photography, but there's not a whole lot to see there. I don't edit my pictures too much, and right now I don't even have a working computer at home, so I can't stream or edit pictures or do anything. So, yeah.
Yes, so Northern Fox, I was so inspirational to my friend that she decided she wanted to paint with me. And I'm not the kind of person to say no, so that's why we're both here today. So she hasn't painted since high school, but she saw how relaxed I was when I was painting.
Although actually, that is not exactly true because I did go to one of those paint your pet events,
Yeah.
but it was just like, it was like a couple months ago, and I painted a picture of my other rabbit Sawyer, and but what they do there is they paint or they print out a picture of your pet that you send in, and it's just like a black and white, and then you Mod Podge it on your canvas, and then you paint over it with acrylic. So it's kind of like you're almost doing a paint by number, but it was still fun, and it turned out better than I thought. And then, but that kind of style, like trying to do realistic stuff, it was fun, but I don't think that like it fit who I am. And then watching you do it, I was like, that looks like it would actually be fun to paint.
Just
like,
be relaxed while you paint, basically.
and not have to like try to achieve anything.
Yeah. Well, Northern Fox congratulates you on your
Thank you.
first unofficial stream.
I'm still trying to see. I probably yeah. Ignore me. I've had a very long week too, so if somebody's talking to me and I start wandering off, it's because my brain is fried. I wonder.
It's okay, we don't take any offense here.
I wonder. I don't think it's gonna let me connect to the chat on my phone. So, but because it's like trying to stream, and it's like there's not enough internet.
You can go to my main page on there. So like while
Like,
you
just
click
type on your name. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, and you can just go to the.
Yeah.
See, I don't know any of this stuff
See, I'm
yet.
helpful.
There you go.
Oh,
There we go.
So Northern Fox says, I need to try that sometime. First, I need to get a pet. You don't have a pet? Well, you're moving into a new place, so maybe it's time for a new pet.
Or you could always borrow. I borrow my mom's dog a lot because I'm not a dog person. But sometimes if I want to go for a walk, like in a park, like I go by myself a lot. But sometimes I'm just like, I feel like I need an excuse to look like I have a reason to be there. I'm like, oh, walking the dog. So if I have nothing to do and my mom's been out working all day, I'll be like, oh, you want me to borrow Taj? And I'll take Taj out to the park, and she really likes it. Actually, she's a golden doodle, and she's really lazy. So I think she's not as avid about walking as I am. So she does get like kind of tired, and it's just kind of like, okay, I'm done. I'm hot and hairy, and I'm just like, I can walk for like 2 more hours. And then, but then I just see her panting, and I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah, I should take her home. Also, she does get muddy because she's like almost white, and I don't mind. What I do now when I go hiking is I wear like those water shoes.
Like the waders?
No, not like waders, like the really little ones that you kind of wear to like to the beach or whatever, or if you were like kayaking. I got them to go kayaking, but they were advertised on Amazon as like running shoes and stuff too. So they're really lightweight and like mesh, and so like if my feet get wet or I step in mud, it's not a big deal. Like I can just rinse them off. As opposed to like if you're wearing hiking boots or other shoes and you like step in a puddle and liquid leaks in, and then you're just like miserable. And they're so lightweight, I feel like I can walk a lot further because it's like walking in your bare feet. It feels great.
Yeah.
And you can be really quiet and sneak up on wild animals, so. Not like in a creepy way, but like I was going to this park that I go to, and there's a pond like in the middle of this wooded area, and there were a couple pairs of wood ducks that were nesting there, and wood ducks are really, really shy. So if they hear you coming at all, they just take off. So you gotta sneak up on them and move really slowly and really quietly. So not wearing big heavy boots is very helpful.
Yeah.
But if you've never seen a wood duck, they're just like, the first time I saw one in the wild, I was just like, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. Like I've never thought I would ever see one.
So it looks like Northern Fox is trying to give you a moral of the day.
What is
It
that?
says accompanying a dog is a great way to not be mistaken for a homeless lady in a park.
Yeah.
I guess is generally, I guess, what the feel of what you're trying to get across is.
Yeah. I'd say that. I also I used to walk a lot around my neighborhood when I was younger, and I was such an awkward person. I didn't know what to do with my hands either. Like, I asked my mom if we could get a dog because I was like, I want to look like I'm walking with a purpose, and then also just being a really small lady, like it kind of feels safer walking with a dog. But, but yeah. So people aren't like, what are you doing, kid? Like loitering around, like.
Yeah.
I'm sure no one thinks that about me, but I'm like that kind of person. Like I go into a store, and if I don't see anything I like, I'm like, oh, I've got to buy something, or they'll think I stole something. I don't know why I feel that way. I don't so much anymore, but when I was younger, I was like terrified. It also won't let me connect to the chat. Like that's how bad of a signal I get. So.
Oh, it says searching or correcting. You
Connect-
can put it in my chat up here.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, put it in my chat.
Let my phone
On
rest.
the computer over here. I didn't realize you were still struggling to do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I have an interesting
Phone.
phone provider, so I actually get my service through Google. So where am I going over here?
So let me help you. You can go. So I don't need my reference anymore, so we can close this one.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And then the chat is over here. Oops. And
There.
straight down. And then you just drop it
Okay.
right there.
So just like
Northern Fox says that makes sense. Maybe a dog is better than a rape whistle. Yeah. I mean, are you gonna be intimidated by a noise or like a giant dog that's like?
although like honestly any of the dogs that I had like would just like lick someone to death. So
They don't know that.
they're
Though.
probably better for picking up guys than getting away from creepy guys.
Miss Umbra's true intention of going on a walk
It's
through.
not really. I was so shy in high school, and I think that should be right.
So that's Miss Umbra's Instagram.
I'm gonna try to post more on there because one of my coworkers at work that does all like the marketing photography he's always like, I'm like, oh, I went out and took pictures. He's like, you post them to Instagram, and I'm like, no, I didn't. Or yeah, just anything I tell him I did, he's like, oh, did you take pictures for Instagram? And I was like, no, I guess like since that's my job, I should probably fill up my portfolio. Well, I mean, it's for my personal, not for the stuff at work.
Oh, okay.
'Cause that's, yeah. Although I want to go back to school anyway, so it's like, it's not like I have to build up my portfolio, but I did actually weirdly get, I posted a picture of one of my roommate's cats last night. She was just laying on her back and she looked cute.
Mm-hmm.
And I posted a picture, and then this other account commented back and was like, DM us about collaborating. And I was like, doesn't sound that legit because it's not like I have a lot of followers and I don't post that often. And it was also like a page that said like, they sell stuff and they donate some of the proceeds to like this pet charity.
That's what I got too.
Oh, did you get one too? What was
And
it
it had
called?
like 4 items on their shop, and they were all like garbage.
Mine was called like Save the Kitties or something.
Yeah.
Was it the same one?
I think it probably was.
Yeah, so I wonder what that's about. I wonder, when did that happen?
That was like shortly after I made I added a cat picture in my Instagram.
Yeah.
And then that happened.
That's so weird though, because you would think if they wanted somebody to collaborate, there's so many like big cat Instagrams
But if they
out
only
there.
have 4 items they're trying to sell, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So
I don't know. Anyway.
yeah, I don't know if that's a scam or not, because I'm like,
What kind of... So, Sunflower Lady's back. She wants to know what kind
Hello.
of dog that you have.
I don't have a dog. My mom has one. Maybe she's a golden doodle, or she might be a soft-coated or Wheaten Terrier mix. But we're not sure. She's hairy and like whitish gold. When I worked at the Humane Society, she had been brought into the local police department by someone who claimed she was a stray, and she was like a 2-month-old puppy. And then like they didn't like leave any of their information. So I doubt that. It's probably more like they had a puppy, decided they didn't want a puppy, didn't want to pay to drop it off the shelter, so they just took it to the police department. And the police, like, they never asked questions. They're just like, sure, whatever.
That sounds about right.
But my mom, since I had started working at the Humane Society like a year before, or maybe it was even 2 years at that point, she was like, if you ever get a golden doodle, tell me. If you ever get a golden doodle puppy, I want one. I'm like, Mom, that's never gonna happen. And then this puppy shows up, and I was just like, can my mom adopt that? Because we weren't supposed to tell people about animals that aren't up for adoption. And whenever something comes in as a stray, we have to like hold it for so long, yeah, to give an owner a chance, obviously, because it would suck if your cat got out and you lost your cat and someone else took it and never told you. Like, I would be devastated.
Yeah.
No one would keep my cat because she's crazy, but a golden doodle puppy, they probably would be devastated.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody came looking for it, and so like after they spayed her, I said that I was just gonna tell my mom to come in by it, and that she didn't know anything about the puppy, but I already took a picture of the puppy and showed her. So she came in, she held the puppy, she fell in love with it, because how could she not? And
Yeah.
And so now she has Taj, and I swear she loves that dog more than she loves her children. And she's just so happy all the time. Like, I tell her dog is really silly and honestly not the brightest dog. She acts more like a cat. But my mom just gushes about this dog, and she's so happy, which is nice because she lives alone. So it's nice for her to have
Okay.
company. Yeah, she's just like, I'm so lucky to have Taj. She's so sweet. She's such a good dog.
So we do have another comment here.
Okay.
It looks like Northern Fox took a look at your mushroom pictures.
Oh yeah, from yesterday. I was like climbing under this tree to get those.
Yeah.
Those were fun. I was at a local botanic garden, and I look at the weird things. Like, I'm not over there like looking at the roses. I'm like, look at that giant patch of mushrooms under that tree. So I was like laying on the ground under this tree, like trying to get a good angle. But I really like macro photography, so doing like really close-up stuff where you can see like all the texture.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff I love.
Exactly.
Because I did also take photography in high school for 2 years, so, and my mom used to be a photographer, and she did like portrait photography, like weddings and anniversary pictures and graduation photos, but I hate taking pictures of people. So plants and animals, I used to do pet pictures for the Humane Society I worked for too, so like the pictures to be on the website so people could see them and adopt them.
Yeah. Be like really interested in that animal in particular.
Yeah.
So it does look like it looks like a sunflower leaves. I have a Great Pyrenees.
Oh,
and a Saint
wow.
Bernard. So those are big dogs.
Yeah.
Those are big dogs.
Their assistant director at the shelter I worked at she had 2 Great Pyrenees that she got them from like a rescue that she fosters for that just does Pyrenees, and they're a handful. I think that's why so many people abandoned them, because they're just not they're not prepared. Yeah, they're really stubborn, and then they're huge and they have long fur, so there's a lot of grooming involved, and then it's just a dog, and most people don't honestly have they don't have the energy or the patience for dogs. I think most people think they're dog people and they're actually cat people. So give
I have to totally agree with that statement.
give cats a chance. I think cats get a bad rap because like people are like, oh, cats are mean and they don't care about anyone, and it's like, no, you should see my cat when I come home from work. Like, she is so excited, like.
Yeah.
And your cat was like trying to protect you from me earlier because she was like stranger danger.
Yeah,
she was like blocking her, and whenever I tried to move, she would like get in between me and Dee, and she's like, "You're not going anywhere."
Yeah.
But I also smell like a lot of other cats, so I'm sure she was just confused.
Yeah, I have to agree though. I think like some people think that they want a dog because they hear bad things about a cat or they've had a cat before and they don't understand, you know.
Yeah, they think that they can't get the same amount of love and connection that you get with a dog, and that's not true at all.
It's definitely not true. Definitely not true. And a lot of people like, I know a lot of people who like, at least in my life that I've had it before, and they complain about their really energetic dog, and I'm like, I don't think, I mean, they complain that basically the dog is too much for them, basically. But then they picked that energetic dog, and I'm like,
well, and a lot of times dogs are gonna act out unless you train them how to direct that energy properly. And most people, training a dog is a lot of work, and most people just don't have the time or energy for it, but they just don't realize it until they get into that process, and then it's too late.
Yeah, definitely. But I definitely think that more people should probably try cats. Because, I mean, a cat, honestly, they love you to death, right? Mm-hmm. And then at the same time, like, if you don't want to pay attention to them, they're basically okay with it. So if, like,
and even if they want attention, like, my cat wants attention, and she just wants to sit on my lap, and then it's fine. Sometimes she'll complain if I try to move her, if I'm, like, done with her sitting there. Mm-hmm. But the most that happens is she's like, oh, you're moving, I'm just gonna go lay over here now. So it's all good. They're so chill. Cats are chill.
Cats are very, you have to give, the thing is though, like, you also have to give them what they want. So there has to be a level of respect there. Like, you can't tell a cat, basically, you do what I tell you to do. That's just not gonna work, like, with a cat. So if you're someone that's a little over domineering over an animal, like, a cat is not going to be for you. Cat's not gonna tolerate that very well.
I agree. I think that's also why I have respect for cats more than dogs too. So they're just like they're their own little person. They're like, and it's just kind of like having a roommate that's very small and hairy. Yeah.
So she said had many friends get Northern Fox. Oh no, sorry, we've had two chats. They need a job. Yes, why stubborn and will bark endlessly. Yes, the big dogs definitely need to have a task. Like, what is their purpose for being in your tribe, kind of? Mm-hmm. So she says, my Saint Bernard is my favorite, though. I have cats as well, and they can be so affectionate. Sometimes too affectionate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
definitely. And that's how it goes sometimes. And Northern Fox agrees. He has so many people who have had dogs and basically neglected them. Mm-hmm. I think most people definitely are cat people. At least if they're in the city, cats seem to be better in apartments than dogs. Yeah, we totally agree with you, 100%. But yeah, people kind of make all these assumptions about cats, so they don't even want to try it. They're like, you know.
The other one that I think is weird, I get a lot when I meet people that don't like cats, which is fine if you're absolutely not a cat person, but if you're like coming from the career that I had before, and people coming in and like saying all these things that they don't like about their dog, but then also being adamant that they want a pet, and it's like, I don't think you know what you really want. I think you really want a cat, but
I think you really want to like not be alone, but you don't want responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Like, I forgot where I was going with this. Oh well, see, I told you my brain is like not here today. If someone remembers my train of thought, you can redirect me.
Yeah. And Shiloh's doing Blackbird right now, so if you can tell.
Yeah, you almost don't need like to have your background music. You could just have him like live.
I know.
Live.
I could, but he doesn't always stream music. Mm-hmm, so, but yeah, he does. He likes to do music. He might be doing streaming music.
You could just have him like record just like some nice mellow acoustic stuff.
Yeah, we've thought about that. Just adding like his acoustic.
And you could like loop it or
music,
something.
Yeah, to my stuff. But I kind of like the meditative.
I do
music.
too. But you can like switch around. I'm just thinking right now. I need to start the background, and I'm gonna put some grassy stuff down here. I just haven't decided.
Oh,
What
I
the-
might have for the Fox. My boyfriend is currently playing Blackbird. I think he might be streaming it right now. It is one of his favorite songs, but I wasn't sure if I had the music up too loud to where you couldn't hear it or not. So that's what we were talking about, because we can hear it, but if I did my music right, you shouldn't be able to hear it. Which it sounds like maybe I did do it right. But if you are curious, he does post everything on YouTube. And like I said, I think right now he's probably streaming his music.
I'm just gonna wander off camera for a second and grab my test piece of paper and see if I like this color. Whoops, that I splattered all over my hand. Do I like this? It might be too dark yet. So I might want to make it. I don't know. It is pretty. No, I've got too many colors going on. I think I'm gonna make that a little duller.
Yeah,
But that is a very pretty color.
the sound is really good. I'll need to check out his YouTube sometime as well. Yeah. His tag. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can do this for YouTube for him. Let me see. Since we're putting links in. I've been following him on YouTube for a while. Even before we were dating, I was following him on YouTube. I mean, it's a saved preset in my YouTube. That should just tell you something. He also posts a couple of his gaming streams there. But this is his stuff. I'll just come in here. So that should take you to his page, hopefully. Let me try it. Yep, it does. Perfect, I did it right. Thank you, Northern Fox. Yeah, I live in an antique house, so you can hear the floors squeak.
It's an adorable house.
Yeah. Not a problem. I actually, me watching Shyler on YouTube kind of like helped me kind of learn who he was as a person. It kind of like drew me to him even more than before. So that page is very special to me.
Yeah, you guys work together, right? That's how you originally met?
Yeah,
Did I
so
ask that?
yeah, Shyler and I like work together, and maybe one day I'll go into detail on that story. But we had worked together, and we just got along so well that it was kind of hard to like not admit that we like were special to each other. Like it was extremely hard to like not admit that. So we were just like, oh, fudge it, we're not gonna fight it. Let's just do this.
Aw.
Yeah. And now we're here in this house. So. But it's a very long, bizarre, strange story of how like we ended up being together. All I'm gonna say is like the world and the universe works in really strange ways.
Indeed. I agree.
Super strange.
I think we both, around the same time, went through...
Like a similar thing.
Yep.
Well, we're both Scorpios, so.
Oh, that's right, you are. Scorpio pals. Oh, we're best. I actually was just talking about that to someone else today. I was talking about my ex and to one of my coworkers, and she was like, oh, what was he? And I was like, oh, like because his birthday just happened, and it just put me in like kind of a weird spot, because like it's just like, wow, a year ago, you know, this would have been a happy time, and it's just like a weird feeling right now to be thinking about that.
Yeah.
But and she's like, oh, so what does that make him? And I was like, oh, like sign wise? I'm like, he's a Gemini. And she's like, figures. And I was like, it kind of does. From if you know the rest of the story. It's like, yeah. And so we were talking about that, and I was talking about how this podcast I listen to, both of the hosts are Geminis, and they're always like, Scorpios. And I was like, hey.
Aww.
I still listen to them, so it's fine.
I know, Scorpios are just, like, not very judgmental. We're like, if you don't like us, I mean, we're probably still gonna help you out and, like, follow you or, you know. But, yeah, Northern Fox, like, that's cool. Romance kind of happens in ways that are often unexpected. Yeah, and in this instance in particular in my life, it was kind of like, it was kind of, I don't know. It was like, are you gonna do this or not? Or are you gonna do this or are you gonna regret it for like basically the rest of your life? Basically is where I was at. So, and it was a hard choice to make because I was married at the time, so it was kind of like taboo. Like, you're gonna get divorced and like go with this person that you barely know. Like, what's wrong with you?
It's kind of funny because essentially the same thing happened to me.
And we didn't even know.
No.
We didn't even know that we were going through a very similar thing at the same exact time. Like, we
Can I say a little bit more about how we found out? So, I've kind of known you for a while, but
or about me.
Yeah. So I've like met you a couple times, but how we know each other is through her sister, who I was really good friends with in high school and in college. When I moved back into this area, and it's kind of funny because last year her sister got married, and out of her 5 bridesmaids, like 3 of us all announced we were getting divorced at the same time. Like it was like the cursed bridesmaid party. The other 2 did not. They're both
still
happily married and good for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was weird because I remember her telling me about you and then about the other person, and then this happened, and like she came over and talked to me about it, and you know, she was probably crying even more than I was when I told her what was going on. And
Sam,
she's
very emotional.
She's such an empathetic person. She's a sweetheart. But then she just like stopped and like laughed. She's like, "Why is everyone in my bridal party getting divorced?" So,
because we actually learned what we need out of life and what we want.
Yes, and I am very happy
it takes a couple tries
with my decision. So.
Oh yeah, me too, definitely. So
I think I need more.
But it was funny because we.
And then
we didn't even really know each other.
Yeah. So the rest of that story is I don't know if you can still hear me because I'm back here putting color on my thing, but that's probably more than I needed. We went to the bachelorette party, which was like a couple hours drive away. Like we were going to another city.
Yeah.
And we ended up riding together. So I drove, and then we just like talked the whole way about all this stuff, and just like I was just like at the end of that weekend, I was just like, how have we never hung out before?
Exactly.
And then unfortunately since then we haven't hung out, and that's part of the reason I was watching you painting, and I was like, oh, that looks like fun. I'm like, I have to go over and see her because like I felt like we had such a connection that one day, like I was like, it's really too bad. And I have a habit of doing that, like where I'm like, I like this person, but I'm gonna like them from afar.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am a little bit too. But yeah, I mean, definitely Northern Fox. I mean, we had a lot of very similar stuff going on in our life, like at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just really bizarre, and like we were honestly so shocked, like while we were discussing it with each other, like we were like, how are we going through like the exact same thing at like the exact same time? Like,
but it's also nice at the same time because like it's not an easy thing to go through. Like I know we both felt in the end really good about our decisions, but there's a stage especially in my case, I know because I was with that person for 10 years, like since I was 16. So like that's such a big chunk of like my adolescence and early adulthood. So like that person defined essentially who I was up until that point. So, I mean, when it came to the realization that I didn't love them that way anymore, it was just like, I don't know any other way to be.
Yeah.
And then when I learned that I could be without them and be happier, and I knew that they would be happier in the long run too, it was like such a relief to like finally let that go.
Yeah. And we've talked about this before. It's that level of maturity thing. Like, because I, at least on my end, like the way that things were resolved on my end was, I mean, everybody was really respectful to each other. You know, we weren't like, there was really no hostility going on.
I would say at first in my case, it started out that things seemed like they were going to go okay, but I think he was also in denial about how much certain things that were going on in our relationship had hurt me. And so I think he seemed like he was really mature and on board with this exploration part and like addressing the problems in our relationship, but at the same time he was just like, oh, this is gonna go away eventually and we're gonna be better again. And then when that didn't happen, like,
yeah, it kind of becomes
it was really hard for him, and he didn't take it well, like.
Yeah.
So I hope at this point, I haven't talked to him for several months, like I hope now that we're approaching a year from when we split up that he's in a better place. I hope he doesn't hold that with him forever, because I don't think, he may not have realized it at the time, but like I could never make him happy in the way that he deserved to be. We just weren't, and I feel so bad too, because my mom told me like forever ago, was like, you should probably see someone else, and I was just like angsty young adult, and I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like I would,
so
I'm worried about going back in time and undoing it. Like, it's done, but I can look back now and see like, okay, yeah, my mom was right, there were these signs, but you know, now we can go our separate ways and it's fine. But hopefully he's also come to that realization now too.
Yeah. And Northern Fox is kind of asking us a question here. If it's not too personal, of course, because we don't have to share what we don't want to share. But he's kind of asking, you know, if the separation was kind of mutual, on both sides. So at least and that's kind of where the trick comes in, right? Because that means that partner also has to know what they want in order to know whether or not that was really a mutual thing. And at least on my end, my partner never really knew what he actually wanted. So it made it really hard for me to know, you know, what our goals were as a couple, and kind of where we needed to focus our energy at. So at least on my end, at first, I think he was very much against it. But as things kind of went along, I think he eventually kind of came to the realization, you know, that this isn't, you know, to hurt anybody. It's really, you know, at least what I believe is best for us. So, I did not. I mean, I'm a Scorpio. I don't mess around. So if we're done, we're done. I'm not gonna play games and like hang around.
I feel the same way.
You know, keep talking to you or anything like that. Like, I mean, I've at least on my end, like, I will literally give you till the end of the world. But if we reach that point where the world has nothing left in it, then it's just kind of like automatically done. So, I don't know how he is currently. I would hope that he would be happy. But at least on my end, I can't answer that question necessarily, because I still don't think my ex-partner knows what he wants even to this day. So
yeah, I think my person kind of wanted everything. I think they liked being with me for certain reasons, but they were also pretending to be someone else to live up to my needs. But then the reason when trouble started, like, was because they started voicing their needs, and I was like, that's something I can't provide. And it wasn't even just like, oh, I don't want to do it. It was something that, like,
I
was
can't.
so against who I was that, like, I could not do it without.
Like losing yourself.
Yeah. So, and then he just couldn't accept that he couldn't have who I was and also this other person that he needed me to be. So I don't know if there were moments where he seemed like, okay, yeah, this is how it is, and then other moments where he would still be very angry about the whole thing. So it was not a mutual thing. It definitely was me. He would have kept on doing the status quo for the rest of my life, and that's part of the reason why I ended up leaving, because I was just like, I can't do this for like 40 years. Like, I just looked in the future and I was just like, I will be drained dry. We both will, and I can't fight, and I can't do that for that long. So
Yeah. And that was kind of a similar thing with me, is just like, you know, as a couple, we had these goals, you know, in the beginning that, at least at the time, it was a shared goal. So then I'm like, okay, well, we have the school to work on, so I'm good. Like, I mean, as long as we're both working on the school, like, there shouldn't be anything wrong, you know, because nothing's perfect. But it ended up being then that as more time kind of went on, I kept noticing that that goal kept getting kind of like pushed to the side, and then all of a sudden that goal became like not really an argument, but it became something kind of touchy for some reason, and then it just became harder and harder to talk about that goal, and it's just like.
But yeah, like, if something that big, like, you can't avoid it, but then you don't want to talk about it, and like,
I mean, it needed to be
it's a
talked
recipe
about.
for disaster.
And I think honestly, like, I think honestly, at least my partner was just not sure of himself, didn't know what he wanted, and so then it's really hard to make, you know, to like grow with that kind of person, because nobody wants to be stagnant. And he just was kind of stuck in his own little place and didn't want to move past that. So,
Sad side note, I overworked this area, so now I'm just gonna soak up some of what I did, and I'm gonna let this sit for a minute off to the side while it dries off a bit, and then I'm gonna come back.
that works.
I did a thing I liked, and then I kept going, and I undid the thing, so.
That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I said, it was a really hard decision to make, because, I mean, it wasn't like boyfriend girlfriend thing. It was like I was married, like, to somebody I thought was like gonna be with me for like ever. I mean, that was my intention. That's why I married them. And then they just kind of like refused to move anywhere, really. Yeah, not progressing makes and the feeling in the same place feels rough. Like, you mean not progressing makes and feeling in the same place. English bad. It's okay. Say it in Japanese. I'm just teasing. I think I get what you're saying. I just can't make that sentence roll on my tongue very well. But yeah, no, because I feel like as people, like, just in general, like humans in general, we want to experience new things, and we want to learn from each other, and, you know, I don't know, at least I'm that way, and just having somebody that was like, yeah, let's do that, and then, like, never really following through on, like, basically anything was just really hard to work through and, like, live with. And then at that point, it's just like, eventually at some point you kind of realize, okay, well, they don't want to change and I really don't like where we're at, but they really are okay with this. Like, at that point, it obviously becomes just a compatibility issue, and it doesn't mean that that person's like a bad person or anything. It's just we aren't gonna get what we want from each other. So I mean, clearly there's gonna be a better fit with somebody else.
Right. You could talk about it forever and argue about it and compromise and go to counseling, but it's not gonna change that you need something different. I tried to explain that to him, and I talked myself in circles so many times. It was just like.
And that was the same thing with my partner. Trying to explain that to him, and he's just like, and I think my partner just didn't want to hear it, you know, because he always thought for some reason that when I'm like addressing an issue, like I'm trying to like make him feel bad, and I'm like,
oh, for sure, yes,
I'm not trying to
totally
make you
feel that.
Bad. Like, don't feel bad. Like, I'm mentioning this because I see it could be a potential problem, you know, down the road if we don't try to address it, and I don't want there to be a problem. Like, so let's just address it and kick it in the butt, like, and move on.
Right. Well, and on top of that, for me, like, in my situation, it was also like, oh, you're making me feel bad that you're bringing up this stuff. Like, he felt bad because I would bring up this stuff, and then, like, then I would feel guilty for making him feel bad, and I think he partly kind of knew, because we went through that so many times, that, like, he could play on my empathy.
Like a victim card kind of thing.
Yeah,
like
you know, and I think he really did feel hurt, and, like...
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Whenever I brought up any criticism, but at the same time, like, I think that's why he assumed that, like, that nothing would ever become of these issues, because up until that point, his experience had always been, like, neither of us were, like, aggressive. Like, even when we...
Yeah,
I even hate to call, like, fighting between us fighting, because we hardly ever raised our voices.
Exactly,
even.
Yeah.
It was just we were both, like, emotional and distressed, and then eventually we would kind of just fizzle out and then cry, and then we would forget about it for a while, because we'd be like, I just can't deal with hurting you any longer at this exact moment, but we never actually fixed the problems that were causing the hurt to begin with.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's so true, so true. And it would be the same thing, because it'd be the same thing basically on that end, because I'm just like, no, I'm not trying to, like, make you feel bad, you know, these things are going to cause a problem, though, so I'm the kind of person, like, I just want to get rid of it. Mm-hmm. Like...
Yeah, me too,
you know,
because I'm such a practical, logical person. I'm like, this is making me upset, you're feeling frustrated, let's talk, and then maybe we won't feel upset anymore, and then... But for him, it was like, you talk about your problems, then that makes them real, and then...
Yeah.
But if you ignore them, they go away, and I'm like, that's not how life works.
Exactly, yeah, because it was always like the next day I'd be just like, okay, should we do like a recap? And he just like, no.
Like, shut down.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But I think that's just who we are, just like in general, like...
Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna
because we don't mess around with our relationships, you know what I mean? Like, it's all or nothing, so...
Which is interesting, because, like, when I'm comfortable in a relationship, like, I'm such a low-maintenance person. I think that's why I stayed with this person so long, even though we were such opposites, was... Exactly. Like, I'm just such an easy person to live with. It sounds like I'm bragging. Like, it made me realize, even though I don't consider myself a people person, like... As humans, we have much more in common than we have differences, and like, it's easier to be cooperative than uncooperative. And so I think I was just like, and because I'm also like introverted, I don't need a whole lot of stimulation from my partner. So just like, we live in the same building. Like, this feels like a fulfilling relationship, even though the deeper things weren't being fulfilled. It felt like it was, because I was just so chill about everything. So so that's where that ended up.
Yeah. I just find it so interesting that we were essentially going through the same thing at like the exact same time. Like, Yeah, I feel like at least here on this channel, like we'll pretty much talk about whatever. We don't really care.
Yeah, I always feel bad. I kind of felt bad when we started talking about that. I'm like, oh, I hope this isn't getting too like heavy.
No, there's no such. Are you kidding me? We're Scorpios. There's no such thing as too
Well,
dark.
for us, but for like I was like for everybody else, we're gonna scare away people. Yeah, like this is supposed to be chill, and we're just like. But I feel like we're being really positive about
Exactly. Yeah.
how we feel about it. So it's not even like.
And I always say, like, I feel like humans learn from each other, so, like, you know, what's the point of having an experience if it doesn't get shared? Like, and not saying, like, you need to share, like, everything, right? But,
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I think I probably throw a lot of people off because being a Scorpio and being an introvert, like, I will be really quiet and reserved about some things, and then other things, like, I'm just so open about, and people are like, why are you sharing that? But I also feel like there's a lot of things in life that are taboo, and they wouldn't be such big issues if people
would
talked
just
about
talk
them.
about
So
it, yeah.
one, like, we're talking about, like, relationships and divorce, and it sucks for any relationship to end, but it wouldn't be as difficult if people didn't feel so much shame, because they feel
Yeah.
like they've given up or they failed, and it's like, no,
Yeah.
you haven't failed, you're just ready for something else.
exactly. Yes. I love it. I love it. Yes.
Because people change and they grow, and well, some people don't, but
Exactly.
most people do, and
Most people want to, at least want to.
Mhm. And then when that happens, you shouldn't hold yourself back. So as long as you're doing it in a non-hurtful way. Like, I wouldn't have been spiteful to my former partner and be like, haha, I'm leaving you right now. And honestly, I almost kind of did more damage because I was so empathetic, and I was like, I'm gonna stick around until I can convince him that he's going to be happier too, which was probably a mistake. I probably should have just been like, you know what, he needs to figure that journey out on his own.
Yeah, and that was hard for me to do too because I wanted William to understand too. But I did explain it, you know, every time he asked me, you know, I would explain it as much as I could, but I don't know. I think people are just, I feel like we're the kind of people who are okay with examining ourselves at a really deep level, and other people just don't even want to try and go there.
I have always been very introspective, even when I was really young. Just
definitely.
Spent way too much time thinking about what was going on in my head when and just dissecting everything that happened in my life. And probably if I would have gone with the flow a little bit more when I was younger, I would have had an easier time of some situations in life. But you know what? I'm who I am now, and yeah, and I like who I am now.
Yeah, but I think that's probably got the most of it. I feel like people just are a little bit intimidated just by themselves, even, or in other people. So I don't know. No one wants to admit that they everyone says, oh, everyone's got problems, but people just don't want to deal with them.
Right.
They just want to say.
And actually, that was a big character flaw that I had. When I was younger, I went to counseling, since I was 12, and there were a lot of things wrong in my life that were probably due to things that other people did to me, and my circumstances in life. But I also never wanted to admit my part in it, and now I think I'm better about that, or at least I hope I am. That didn't turn out well.
Oh, too much water, dear.
Too much water.
That's okay.
We're going to just dab it up, and then we're going to try again.
That's okay. No big deal. Northern Fox says, I like you guys too. Awesome paintings. Thank you, Northern Fox. Thank you for being here and listening. We have different conversations here. There's nothing off the table, so I think I say that in the chat rules now too.
I mean, I don't know. Do I like it? Almost kind of ghost-like there. My mistake might have been okay. I think it actually almost fits because it's from far away, if you stood back really far, like you would not even see it. It would, like when I'm back like 4 feet away, it looks like just the cloud is a little bit darker there. But then when I step up, I can kind of see the outlines faintly, and I kind of like that. But I'm gonna do, I've got this other stencil with some little ones.
So Northern Fox is still here. He says it's a nice topic I've never thought about. So it's a great sort of thing to learn a little bit more about. Yeah.
Which topic?
I think just the relationship and like choosing, being mature enough emotionally to understand, the bigger picture, I guess, kind of, instead of.
And honestly, like I was so done with my relationship then, and I have actually up to that point had never broken up with anybody. So like to be your first breakup to be divorced.
I think we got it right. Thank you.
For your first breakup to be a divorce is like going hardcore, and I did not know how to do that. So like I was to the point where I just wanted him to be the one to call it quits. And so I was like, if you need to explore what a relationship looks like with someone else to convince yourself that you're happier that way, like go do it. Like I am not even going to restrict you. He thought it was like a trap, which is understandable, but like it honestly it wasn't.
At that point then it's just like at that point you're kind of hoping like, okay, well, if your eyes were open, then maybe an actual decision about where we stand will be made.
Right, yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Yeah. Instead of like this like limbo network.
Because it worked for me, because it ended up being, I was like, we kind of had this kind of open but not really open thing that we were going to try to do, and which is generally not who I am as a person, but I'm intentionally letting this drip because I wanted more drips, in case anybody was wondering, because I've kind of got these couple ones over there, so I thought I would add a couple more. Anyway, so then I started, and I also didn't date a lot before I met him, because as I mentioned before, we started dating when I was 16, and so I didn't even know what an adult relationship was like.
Yeah.
So like when I started talking to other people about it, I realized I'm like, I actually don't mind dating. Like I was terrified of it. I didn't even know like if it was possible for me to like talk to other people in that way, and I did, and it was fine. So
and you survived.
I survived, but in hindsight, if I could go back and do that differently, I wish I would have just said, we've tried what we could to make this work, it isn't working, I think you need somebody else, I need somebody else, and then make a clean break instead of keeping kind of this ambiguous open thing that went longer than it should have.
Yeah. But I feel like, to a certain extent, like, you'll basically try anything, I think, if you really care about somebody. Like, even if it's not conventional, because...
Yeah.
I mean, again, like, I think that's also, like, a Scorpio thing. Like, for the most part, like, we don't really care about social standards, so, like...
Yeah.
So, like, hence why I broke up, hence why I was, like, kind of not afraid to just, like, not really get rid of, but kind of like sever my relationship with my marriage and just like move on to this new one. Like,
that's what I did too, and my mom was not happy.
Like, again, social standards like are not a thing, so like that's
she was like, you need to wait to see anybody until at least a year, and I honestly didn't expect to fall in love with the first person that I met after all of that, but I did. And like I totally expected to like just have a few casual relationships off and on over the next several years before I found another person that I really liked, and then I found someone I really liked, and that's nice. And I wouldn't want to give that up. Oh yeah, sorry, it is getting dark in here, isn't it? Especially because your painting is really dark, but it's beautiful. I kind of love the monochromatic thing where it's.
There you go.
Is this gonna be another moon painting that you're gonna hang in your room?
Yes.
Yeah, because I missed the beginning of it, I think, when you originally started it. So I didn't hear the backstory.
I said all the moon paintings are going in my bedroom.
I really like the first moon painting with like the 3 moons. I might have to have you like make a print of that for me. I was like, oh, it's so pretty, and the colors.
So Northern Fox kind of agrees. He says I was going for something casual and ended up falling in love instead too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, and here's like another introspective part of it, really quick. I think what happens in that point in time is you quit having like expectations, and you quit like worrying about stuff so much, because you're just like, it doesn't really matter what happens because I'm just gonna be myself, because right now I clearly obviously need to focus on myself, and I think that's what happens, and then you get so focused on yourself that you actually start attracting somebody that's like actually for you, instead of like searching for something that you think you need but you really don't need.
Yeah. Or like in my case, because it was a relationship I had for such a long time and like from such an early point in my life, like it was good for me then, and I just held on to it longer. Like it was fine for like a high school romance and maybe even a little bit into college, but like I should have at that point been like, oh, and opened myself up to other opportunities and other people that were more like myself.
Yeah.
I'm just adding some shadows into my clouds a little bit more.
Yeah, and Northern Fox is totally admitting that he's happier this way now. Yeah, totally I'm happier this way. Totally. Because I kind of left my husband and was just like, hey, really awesome person that I happen to work with, and I basically love almost everything about. Like, we should hang out. It wasn't even like immediately. I mean, it was to some extent because there's obviously like attraction there and stuff like that, but
Like you both knew where it was going,
yeah.
But you didn't like just say like we're gonna go that far right away. You're just like, we should do more stuff outside of work. And
yeah. I mean, it was pretty obvious, but yeah, at the same time, like, you know. But we're good. We're glad that you're happy to Northern Lights. It's good to, or Northern Fox. Why did I say Northern Lights? Maybe you should go visit the Northern Lights. Why did I say Northern Lights? I don't know.
You were half right.
I was, but I know his name, so that's just bizarre.
Which little one do I want to do? And also I should get more colors of
I do like how the purple is in your cloud.
Thank you. I wasn't sure, but then I just kept going. And I think it's fine, so.
Northern Fox says, Northern Fox paints under Northern Lights. Sounds like the best stream ever.
Oh yeah! Oh, that would be really cool. I've always wanted to see the Northern Lights, but I also hate the cold.
Could you I would be so happy if you did that.
Did what? Oh, did go,
If he did the stream, yeah.
go to like, yeah, you probably could go to like Alaska or Iceland or something, and then like stay somewhere where they had a big window overlooking, and then like the Northern Lights start, and you're like, all right, stream now.
Yeah.
You just have to be waiting until, because I don't think anybody knows exactly when they're gonna happen.
Auroras, yeah. Yeah, we were so focused on talking, we didn't even realize how dark it was getting in here.
He's singing to the
Yeah,
cat.
he sings all the time.
But he's singing nice things to the cat. He's probably trying to make up for her because she got so mad earlier when I came over.
She was very mad.
I felt terrible though, because it's bad enough that she was like clearly upset, but then like animals will do something called like transferred aggression, so they're upset about one
The
stimulus,
other, yeah.
and then just whatever happens to be closest like gets
Gets
hit. And so
yeah.
like she was mad that I was here and was like hissing at me, and then we came out to the living room, and she kept following me, and she kept kind of like putting herself between me and everybody else, and then Shylar tries to walk by and like she jumps on his leg and like starts biting him. I was like, I'm so sorry I made your cat so angry it attacked you. Like she's actually mad at me.
It's okay. She didn't get too aggressive.
And I was worried too because I was wearing shorts earlier when I came in.
Yeah.
Not that leggings would protect my legs very much anyway, but I was just like, oh, I'm so worried she's gonna jump on me next, and that's not gonna suck. Because I imagine she probably has her claws, all of her claws, right?
No, she doesn't have her front ones.
Oh, she doesn't.
So it was probably more gentle than you think.
Yeah. By getting bit, it still isn't fun, but yeah. Because my cat has her claws, which is I'm perfectly fine with. I have no intention of declawing any cats, but
Yeah, no, never again. I will never do that again. Because you kind of just do things sometimes because it's just what people do.
Yeah.
Like, not very often, right? But
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of thing. I just
It's a
didn't
thing that
think
people are
about.
just learning about. Yeah, because I grew up
Yeah.
and all of my mom's cats were declawed, but my dad's cats weren't because they were indoor-outdoor. So they would go out and hunt and stuff during the day and come back. And it wasn't even until like after college I saw a documentary about declawing, and I was like, oh, holy crap, like I did not know this, and I'm like, I feel terrible because I've always considered myself an animal person and like even gone out of my way to like learn stuff about animals, and I was like, I did not know, and like I just vowed then, I was like, I'm never gonna do it again. And then like a year or two later I ended up working at a shelter, so like it became my job to like educate people about that.
Yeah.
And for the most part, people are pretty receptive to that information. Like they're like, oh wow, I didn't know either. And
Yeah. And I guess it's kind of like why on this channel, like, we kind of talk about whatever, because it's just like,
because
you might not think of things in the same way, you know, and we all have different experiences, so.
Totally. That's another reason why I was saying earlier, like, normally I'm really quiet, but sometimes when I talk about these, like, things that most people might be like, oh, wow, that's like a really deep kind of thing that most people keep private, and I'm just like, no, the reason people keep private is because no one talks about it, and if we all talked about it a little more, you wouldn't feel so ashamed. So, like, things like depression, or, like, I have alcoholism in my family, like, I'm not ashamed to say that my dad is alcoholic. I don't have a relationship with him, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't like maintain relationships with alcoholics in their life, because it's a different situation for everyone. But no, people don't know that if you don't talk about it. So
and sometimes just knowing other people are kind of like involved in a similar situation, like, helps. You know, how are we going to learn from each other if we're not sharing stuff, basically? So Northern Fox has a couple of mentions here. He does like the purple clouds as well on your tree, on your clouds.
I'm glad to hear that, because I was like, I'm not sure if I should let it drip here or add more shadows. So I'm glad that other people like it.
It feels like a sunset, which I totally agree.
It does.
Totally does.
I like it.
And then I'm going back and doing more highlights on my moon. My moon hasn't really been touched yet. This is just kind of the way that it happened. So I'm going in and adding some shadow now.
I think I'm still doing like too wet paint and then too much. But you know what? Whatever.
Exactly. Don't worry about it.
This is my first painting, and it's going much better than I expected that it would.
So you're gonna use dry, or just gonna blot. So you're using wet on top of. Sorry, that's my only.
Well, no, that's
for you.
that's why I'm here, is for you to tell me things like that. So.
Yep. Because then it's not gonna blot.
It's not gonna like run.
Yeah,
It's gonna
exactly.
pull straight up, and then I'm guessing like I'll have to just keep going over it until it.
And then so then you're gonna let it dry. And then if you want to take some of it out, right? Okay. So then what you're gonna do is just run over it with a really fine brush and kind of lift it up with some water.
Okay.
Is basically what you're gonna be doing.
Cool.
Oh, the moon highlights on top of the tree. Oh, there's actually a mandala back here. So I planted a couple different mandalas on my canvas. So I planted one here. That's my moon. And I planted one in the corner. And then there's one that's kind of like hiding behind the tree a little bit. So it just so happened to be kind of highlighting there. Or did I plant my shadows correctly? We're gonna up talk me a little bit. We're gonna say I planted my shadows correctly.
Yeah, definitely. That's what happened.
Yeah. But I think this one's gonna have to kind of go on the back burner for a bit because it's getting to the point where I've pretty much worked this entire tree area.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. You've been working mostly on that painting, and usually I feel like you've switched a bit more, but I think it's a bit drier paint than you're normally using.
I'm not having, since the background's so dark, I'm not having to lay super like heavy like color like or super heavy water to get my effect, so it's not as wet as it normally would be, so that makes it a lot easier to work with. But yeah, I mean, I totally know what you're saying. This is another time when sometimes
Neighbors probably crazy now.
Because you're singing to the cat and you're holding a hammer.
Now this is the first time crazy. But I was like, it took.
the neighbors probably already think we're crazy, hon.
Well, it's still over there. I didn't realize they were outside, so I took the garbage out and I'm just like staring around. The skies.
They're
I
like-
noticed they were there, and I'm like, I'm gonna go back inside now.
And because you look like a total hippie, they're probably like, that guy is so high right now.
I know. That's why I'm like, he's right. So
Hey, at least they've got a funny story. So that's my philosophy in life is if you're being a little bit silly in public or you say something embarrassing and someone overhears it, whatever, they've got a funny story later to tell. So
That's a good spin on it.
yeah.
I like it.
Because I like when I see people do weird things or overhear
I do
conversations,
too.
I'm just like, that's hilarious.
I do
Like,
too.
and then I go tell someone and we have a giggle. So
Yeah, I like it too. I'm the same way.
That's good. I like that.
Same way. So I'm just kind of going back in and putting some kind of higher light textures in my tree here. Because I noticed some parts of it were looking a little bit too flat. A little bit too flat. I want it to look a little bit more like bark, so I'm just kind of removing color as I go. Well, I wonder, you say that, Shyler, my love, but then we're not talking about like when we were outside in the middle of the night at like 2 a.m. like with the bat. Like,
wait, what?
yeah, so last time, Miss Umbra, last time you were watching the stream and not present, we were here in like the middle of the night, so like after that huge bang happened, and we were kind of like, oh my gosh, was that a gunshot? Like, what was going on?
Yeah.
So after that, we basically cut the stream short, right? Because that was kind of chaotic.
Yeah, you seemed really freaked out. You were like, and now I can't think about anything else.
Well, my windows are really big, so like, and I mean, you can clearly tell like what I'm doing. Like,
Yeah.
So if somebody wanted to take me out, they could totally take me out if they wanted. But after that, so I cut the stream short in like the middle of the night because I was like shaken up because I could just when I heard a gunshot, and so then we ended up going to bed, right? But we're still kind of like shook it up as we're going to bed, and then we wake up in like the middle of the night. I think it was like 1:40 in the morning or something like that, and Shyler like wakes up and he's like, oh my gosh, like, you know, kind of crying out. And I didn't even register that he was like crying out, like, because I had missed that part apparently. But
You woke up and you didn't know why.
I didn't know what was going on, yeah, basically.
Oh.
So
cheap. That's what you get for buying cheap brushes, is they fall out.
oh, did it fall off?
Yeah, like the first. Never use these. If you weren't here earlier, I just opened. Well, I think I opened them off camera, so I just opened these today.
Yeah. But basically what had happened, we had woken I was like woken up in a stupor basically. 'Cause I was like dead asleep.
I was like, you didn't even remember.
No.
Like sat straight up and was like, what was that?
Yeah. And so it ends up being that we hear like this little squealing, or this little screeching. Well, apparently it was a bat.
Was it in your bedroom?
No, I think it was actually in the kitchen.
Oh.
Our cat is a good cat.
Yeah.
Right?
Gosh.
She does really good things like take down bats in the middle of the night.
She's like, Mom, the mice have evolved to have wings. Do you
Yeah.
mind if I I'm kind of kneeling down here? Do you mind if I kneel on a pillow
No, that's
so
okay.
that my bony knees aren't broken?
That's
Oh, that's so much better.
It does not bother me whatsoever. So, then we ended up at basically 2 o'clock in the morning. We were like up really super late at night, and we were, we had like towels on our heads and kinds of crazy stuff, like, cause cause we both have longer hair, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And we're like, well, we obviously don't want it stuck in our hair, so we end up opening up all of our home all of our home doors, because none of our windows are painted shut, so we can't open the windows. And then
And just trying to like usher it
we're
towards the
trying to,
door.
like, usher it towards the door, yeah, basically. And it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and like we're like kind of shouting at the cat like, don't go outside, because she likes to go outside and she's normally allowed to go outside, but we never let her outside like at night. So
At
we
2
were
in
kind
the
of
morning when
yeah.
you're sleeping. Yeah, makes sense.
Exactly, like, and she's a dark cat, so we're like, dude, if you get too far, like, we won't even know where you're at, like, you know. But yeah, that night was just a crazy night. Yeah, I felt really bad because I have like this really chill stream, and like utter chaos, basically, just like kind of ensued
Yeah, if
near
that was
the end.
that was the same night, then wow.
Yeah, it was the exact same night.
You're like, what is happening?
Yeah, we were both just like, oh my gosh, we didn't get any sleep, basically.
I
So.
wonder if the bat was like in your attic and that loud boom like startled it, and it was like, or maybe it was outside and it got startled and like got into your house. I don't know. It's just weird that would happen in the same day.
Tell me about it. Yeah.
I saved a little bat once that I was gardening at my old house. I was pulling weeds, and I first thought there was like a dead mouse in these weeds, and then I realized it was a bat, and I think he had fallen. He must have been like trying to roost on the side of my garage and fallen down. So I scooped him up, and he was not very grateful at first, but I plopped him in like a lilac bush.
Okay.
But they're feisty little boogers. Like,
oh yeah, they are. Definitely.
they have big attitudes, but it's kind of funny because they're so tiny and cute.
Yeah, they are pretty cute.
And you're just like, oh, aren't you scary? You can't do
Right,
anything.
you're scared a little bit. I mean, I don't like things that fly. I would be okay if it was like a mouse, but I don't like things that fly, and that's kind of like where I draw the line. Like,
Did I ever tell you my mouse story with Pixie? No, because this would have been in October. So that was.
I think so.
So my cat Pixie is a special needs cat. She has a lot of anxiety, and she has other issues too, but mostly anxiety. She's scared of everything, and the main example of that is like she got chased by an ant across my kitchen once and was scared of an ant. So if that gives you an idea of like how ferocious my cat is. But I moved into after I got divorced, I moved in with a friend from college.
Box.
And they live in an older house, this big old house. And when the weather started to cool down, we saw a mouse downstairs where I live. And I didn't really think anything of it. Like, my boyfriend saw it one day. He was over and he's like, there's a mouse in the hallway. And it was just like staring at us. And we were like, that's weird. And it ran off. He's like, oh, do you think your cat's gonna chase it? I'm like, no, there's no way. There's no way. She got scared by an ant. She's not going to chase a mouse ever.
Yeah.
Would not occur to her. And so, like, several days pass, and, like, I think sometimes that mouse, I saw it another time, and, like, Pixie would kind of, like, sniff around where it had been, but I was like, there's no way she's gonna actually chase it. And then there were, like, several nights where she was, like, normally when I go to bed, like, that's bedtime, and she lays down on top of me, and then she goes to sleep, and she won't move all night. Like, she'll just stay there with me. But she kept getting up, and, like, she would just, like, get into the bed with me, and then she would race off, and I was like, what what are you doing? Just lay down. Like, 'cause she kept waking me up.
Oh.
And then it was Halloween morning. I was laying in bed, and like she jumped up there and was being all obnoxious again. And then I thought that she had brought one of her toy mice into the bed, which she usually doesn't bring me toys, but every once in a while she'll throw a toy somewhere.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, she threw her mouse over here, and I went to throw it off.
Oh
But
God.
then it was gone. And I was
Oh.
like, oh, well, it's like 5 in the morning, and I was sleeping. Like, maybe I just imagined that I saw it there, you know, like kind of half awake. And so I didn't think anything of it. And then I got up, and I was like, oh, it's close enough for time to me to get up. And so I start going about my day, and I get Pixie her wet food, and she doesn't come running to get wet food. I'm like, what is she doing? Because she's normally is like, cannot wait. Like, I cannot get her food fast enough. And so I go back to the bedroom, and she's just staring. We have radiators in our house, like the really low profile ones that like are just squat
Like the
on the
old ones?
baseboards.
Yeah.
Not the really old ones, but like the 80s ones.
Okay.
And she's like staring at the radiator, and I'm like, what are you doing, you weirdo? And she starts sticking her paw under there, and all of a sudden she hooks this mouse and pulls it out, and I'm like, holy crap.
Good job.
And then like I put 2 and 2 together because she starts chasing this mouse around my room, and I was like,
I
oh,
picked up
it wasn't a toy in my bed. She dropped a live mouse in my bed.
Nice.
And by the time I had reached for it, it had already scurried off, and then it hid under the radiator that was by my bed.
Mm-hmm.
And then it occurred to me, because she'd been doing this for like a couple weeks at this point, I'm like, every night she is catching mice and putting them in my bed. And what she does is like, she would get all excited and lovey and stuff, and I think she was trying to be like, Mom, look what I got you.
accomplished.
And then she would turn around and her toy was gone, and so she would take off again, and I would be like, then I would roll over and go back to sleep. And so I was a little bit mortified that this whole time she'd been bringing, I'm pretty sure it was the same mouse, because at that point I had to go to work. I was like, the mouse went back under the radiator. I couldn't get it out. I was like, good luck, cat. It's all yours.
Nice.
So I came home from work and I couldn't find it anywhere. So I'm like, maybe it got away. Maybe she ate it. I don't know.
Maybe she ate it.
Probably, yeah, maybe more the first one, because I don't have high confidence in her hunting skills. And then I went to a Halloween party, and I came back, and
No, we don't have a time limit today, dead girl. Sorry.
so you get to listen to more of my cat story.
Yeah.
So we came back from this Halloween party, and my cat is behind the door just looking intently at, there was like a pile of like Christmas lights, like the cord of it. They go around my room. Anyway, and she's like poking at it, and there's that mouse again hiding under this cord. And so I grabbed like a big glass vase, and I just like put it over the mouse, and I put a clipboard under it, and I showed my roommate, and we took it across the street and put it in the grass, and then went back inside. And
Nice.
that was the end of that, and it never happened again. So I think it was just the one mouse, and I think that mouse was even worse at being a mouse than Pixie is at being a cat. So it just kept getting caught over and over again and dumped in my bed like this never-ending nightmare. And then my cat was disappointed because she had gotten into the habit of bringing me that mouse. So for the next week, she kept just bringing random things into the bed. Like she would bring her toys, and she found a shoestring somewhere. She found a wristband, and like every time she would drop something, and I would just like jump up because I was like, oh god, oh no,
Is
it's
it a
just
mouse?
it's just a toy. Yeah, like I
Yeah.
just kept thinking she was gonna. And I'm not scared of mice or anything. It just, when you're sleeping, you don't want them crawling on you when you're trying to rest. So
Yeah.
she's finally gotten over that. So she stopped bringing me stuff in bed, which is nice because I like to sleep.
In peace.
Yes, preferably. No mice, no bats. All right.
Yeah, no. Dead Cross, it's good to see you. Good to see you back. Miss Umbra is here painting with us today.
I'm down here on the floor.
So we're kind of doing like a painting party.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think I mentioned in some of my other streams that we were kind of
Yeah, I think.
thinking about doing.
Yeah, I think you mentioned before because you said I was gonna come over, and I think somebody asked if if I was going to be on the stream, and then you were like, I don't know, and then you asked if they wanted that, and they were like, yeah, sure, whatever.
I think it was actually Dead Girl.
Oh, was it? Yeah, it wasn't like a really like, yeah, but it was just like, sure, if you want to, yeah, I'd watch.
It's like, why not? So this is the first time Miss Summer's painted in quite some time.
And it is going swimmingly.
It's a more relaxed way to paint, that's for sure.
Yes, it is much more enjoyable than other methods of painting I've done. And then I think also because you're just doing it for fun and not with any particular goal in mind. Like, because the only other time I did art was like mostly for school. So like when you're doing it for school, you're like, I have to complete this and it has to be good and I have to get a good grade on it. And I think that just really detracts from the creative process.
I could kind of see that a little bit, yeah. I could see that a little bit, yeah. So Dead Groth, I knew you were kind of checked in a little bit earlier, but I know you said it was loud, so I'm assuming you were kind of hanging out for the weekend, but I appreciate you being here. It's really nice to have you in the chat, kind of keeping things alive a little bit. I am going back in now, Northern Fox, and adding small little highlights to the tree now. Actually in the tree, so. Just little tiny ones, little baby ones.
And I'm still trying to undo my blobby mandala.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
I wonder, I almost kind of feel like maybe I should just kind of blur it out completely and just kind of have like a reddish haze over here that's maybe a little lighter and then try to do it over top again when it dries.
So I haven't been keeping too much of a watchful eye on you. But what you could do if you want to keep some of the detail, I mean, you barely. So I put my brush in water, swipe, and then just barely go in on the very inside.
Look, it's magic.
And pull it off. Don't touch the edge. Just go right into the inside part of it.
Okay.
And that's where you can get aggressive with it, you know. I need to go pick up dinner. Thanks for the stream, you two. Look forward to hanging out again sometime. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you, Northern Fox. Thank you. Appreciate seeing you.
Nice meeting you.
I'll lurk your stream again, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I can check it out now that I've heard about it.
Yeah, he does like the oil paints that's like really, really nice. I think he prefers to do like, nice to meet you too, he says. I think he prefers to do like the stained glass with them. But like the one he's doing now is like a commission piece, so it's a little bit different, but I like to be in there. We like to talk about like Japan. We talked about karaoke. It was quite fun. We're like, we should all, it would be fun. We kind of all want to do karaoke together now. I do like karaoke. Do you like karaoke? I don't know.
I mean, I think we actually talked about this a little bit. Yeah, at the part 1 of Bachelorette Party.
Part 1 of Bachelorette Party was some karaoke.
I don't like, I've tried to do karaoke before, like at parties, and that was back when I was a little more confident, and then I went through like a relapse of confidence, and then also I don't like microphones, like they throw me off when I'm singing. Like I sing,
they do me too.
I sing all the time in the car when like no one is there. Gotcha. So I will admit that.
Okay.
And I don't necessarily think I'm a bad singer. I hope that I'm not. But I honestly don't know, and so if it came to like sing in front of other human beings, I would be like, ugh. And it's so weird because there's so many other things that I'm so much more confident in, like just naming facts about stuff and like other things that I'm good at, but like singing seems really inconsequential as a skill, but that it's so weird that our culture makes such a big deal about it because there's like so many competitions for singing, and we just act, and singers get paid so much that like I'm just like, that's intimidating. I don't want people to judge me for singing.
It's intimidating.
But it's also, it's because I think maybe it's because it's another art thing. Because I feel like intimidated about art, and I don't. That's part of the reason why I stopped doing art, because I was just like, I'm not happy. I don't want other people to like criticize my stuff because I feel negatively about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think singing's kind of the same way, because music is an art form too.
Yeah. Definitely agree on that one. So I'm kind of just going in and picking out my highlights, which, I mean, I'm gonna notice. I don't know that Stream's really gonna notice.
Little baby highlights.
Little eensy weensy, just the tiniest little baby highlights, yeah.
But I mean, if you scan it in later,
Oh yeah.
they
And
can see the detail. And
the contrast and stuff is real nice too, because some of these places are like really dark.
What kind of stuff do you use to scan your artwork into the computer? Do you just have like a regular
I just
scanner,
I
or?
have like a printer scanner combination, so I just do it from there.
But yeah, so nothing like just kind of your typical.
It's like a WF 740 or something.
I have no idea.
I
what
don't
it means.
remember.
Do you know what brand or?
You're asking me really complicated
Okay,
questions.
never mind. But essentially something you could go to like Office Depot or something and buy.
Oh yeah, I got it off Amazon. Like it's nothing like
Not like pro
It's nothing-
scanning
no.
thing for artists or.
No. Nothing like that. Yeah, nothing like that. I don't even know if there is such a thing as like pro scanning for.
I mean, there has to be like really good high res ones for something. There has to be. That has to exist. I'm just thinking of like for design companies and stuff, or magazines or any kind of like publishing thing.
I guess, yeah, maybe.
Maybe my brother would know. He's a graphic designer.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you wouldn't have known because he was in your sister's grade, but
Yeah, no, I didn't really know anybody that wasn't like in my grade. So, not really anyway. There he goes again. And I think it's nice to have like a partner who's like also creative. So I feel like sometimes like my other partners would just be like, you don't want to spend time with me. Like,
Yeah.
You know, like
I feel the same. Like I was starting to get back into writing, and but also someone that like understands being creative and understands that like sometimes when you're in a creating process that you need space because you do feel vulnerable. And like he would just be like breathing over my shoulder, and he would be like, "Oh, what are you doing?" But also he wasn't the kind of person that like read for fun, or certainly didn't like write anything. So like.
Yeah.
Like I would almost kind of like, because he didn't understand it, and didn't want to just be outright like, oh, I'm curious about it. He would almost kind of be a little bit like ridiculing, like, oh, look at you writing, and like, because he didn't know what to think about it.
Yeah.
And so then that just brought out even more my paranoia of like, I don't want anybody to read anything I do.
Like, yeah, this person that I'm like close to doesn't even get
But I
it.
think my boyfriend right now, like, we're both more like logical types. Like I wouldn't say that we're as artistic as you and Shyler, but we both have that side to us. And I think he's talked before, like he has like notebooks of like poetry and writing and stuff that he did when he was younger, and he's like, but you'll never find them, you'll never see them. And I'm like, one,
That sounds
challenge
like a
accepted,
challenge, yeah.
and two, like I totally understand that. Like
Just in general, yeah.
yeah, like I get that, like
challenge accepted. That's exactly where my brain was kind of going.
Yeah, wait until we move in together. Find them.
I'll
no, I'm
find
just
them
kidding.
all
I would.
of them.
I can't lie. Like, I would be tempted to, but at the same time, like, because I would want him to respect my own privacy. I'm like, no, I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
And if he ever feels ready to like share that stuff with me, then cool. Then will mean even more to me then, because I'll be like, I know what it meant to him to like show someone that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I've always, even when I was like younger, I've always been like, why don't people share more stuff? Like,
I think just because people are like so weird about emotions and so closed about them, and because everybody is so afraid of being judged, but then kind of the same way I felt like about my ex, like he was curious but didn't know how to be curious, so like he almost kind of like would joke about it, because I don't know, like I feel like we have this culture where it's not cool to be creative and vulnerable, and it's also not cool to be like really into like learning and stuff. Like you kind of just have to do what everybody else is doing and not try too hard, and that's the cool thing to do.
yeah, I can see that. Yeah, definitely.
And then that just makes it harder for everybody to be honest with themselves and with everybody else and be like, no, I like trying things. And then it also makes it harder, like if you want to try being creative, because then it's one, you're making yourself vulnerable because somebody might make fun of you for like trying something different, and then two, if you are not even good at the thing you are trying, like then you're like, wow, that's gonna be doubly worse.
Yeah, basically.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I can totally see that for sure. He's just
Jamming.
yeah, he just goes sometimes.
I was gonna say, I wasn't sure if that was him or if he was listening to something.
No, that's him. It's just how good he is.
Yeah. You can brag all. Yeah, I'm not gonna stop you.
I know, it's crazy. Crazy to think about. This is another one that he really likes to do.
I think I need more paper towel.
Really?
Yeah.
I got some over here that's like barely used.
I'll just take like one. It's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, because this one, like I said, is mostly already painted. I'm just kind of like going back in and like taking some out. I just don't know any other person like in my life who would be like, yeah, you want to spend Friday night like pretty much completely ignoring me and just like painting?
I know.
Like,
Are you? Yeah.
like my other partner would just be like not okay with that, but like at the same time, like he would have been okay with the fact that he just wanted to drink and like ignore me.
Wow, they sound like they maybe him and my ex would get along or
Yeah.
have things in common, but maybe not. Like I feel like there's a lot of things they'd probably be different about.
Yeah.
But it's just another weird thing that's like, wow, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. Exactly. Because I'd be like, well, are we gonna do something? And then he'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna get some beers. I'm like, that's not us doing something.
Alright, I'm gonna let my stuff sit a little bit more and dry a little bit. Also, I think I need a snack.
Do you?
Yeah.
We can take a break and I can get you a snack.
Cool. Kitty, 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 kitty.
So we will be back.
Oh, nope.
She's still not
Still not a fan.
She's still not over it. So we'll
She's
take probably just like a, I don't know, 10, 5 minute,
Yeah,
10 minute
something like
break,
that.
something like that. I'll be back.
What are you thinking here?
Very much not here. Poor thing.
Wait, she's just been like, why are you all standing there and who is that person?
Oh man, I forgot to turn my mic on. Oh, that was my fault. No. I was responding to you. I just forgot that my mic was still off.
So let's say all that all over again.
We'll repeat ourselves. So sorry. I don't usually go to break screen, so that's why it threw me off a little bit. No, we are. I do have my willow tree here, and I do thank you for liking that one. Miss Sumra is my friend today, so she came in today.
Hi, I don't know where my face is on here. Hello, painting.
She's here painting with us today, and it's kind of just the both of us right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since she's done a painting, so that's kind of what she's doing here today. It's a newer thing. How long has it been since you've painted?
Well, okay, so at first I said like at least or about almost 10 years because I would have been in like high school, but then earlier I backtracked because I remembered that I did like a paint your pet event like a couple months ago. But that barely counts because it was kind of like they print out a picture of your pet and you Mod Podge it to a canvas and then you paint over it. So like,
is that really painting?
Yeah,
Like
it kind of is, yeah.
It
Because I
is.
mean, you can do your own style, and like everybody that was there like did them differently, but it wasn't like this kind of like free form, kind of thing. So maybe that started to spark my interest, and then you started your stream, and then I asked you if I could come over and you could give me some tips.
And I said yes. So
Yep.
this is where we're here now. This is where we're at now. Inspiring every day. But you did miss Northern Fox. He was just here a little bit ago, kind of chatting with us. I do appreciate you checking in. Yeah, the break screen kind of threw me off a little bit. Because last time I went to break, I left my mic on and.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. And we were like, by the way,
I learned
because
my-
it was funny because you were reading
The
what we
chat.
were saying, and we're like, we can hear you. But it's not like you were saying anything bad. We were just like,
Yeah. You're just like, well, duh, silly. We know that's what you're saying.
So I think what I'm gonna do is this mandala was not coming up like I wanted it to, so I think I'm just going to blend it into the sunset. It's gonna be another vague one.
That's okay.
That's okay. Yep. Next time I will have better luck with them.
Yeah, we just go with the flow. If it's not working, then it's clearly not what it was meant to be, kind of thing. Yeah, we don't really have a set time frame for this one right at the moment.
They did mention when we stepped away for snack break, I'll probably head on my way out like at like 11, and it's like 10:16 right now where we're at. Because I live like 45 minutes away ish.
Yeah.
So I don't want to drive too late. It's not a bad drive. It's a pretty straight shot, like over and then slightly down. But still,
Yeah.
driving at night is not the funnest thing in the world.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of driving at night either, but that's okay. Sometimes we kind of do things we don't like.
Yeah, and it's worth it.
That's so funny. So I'm just adding some like shadows here into the darker places.
Oh, goodbye, paintbrush.
Because I added in some light earlier, and now I just kind of want to put some dark shadows back in just to have All the waves. All the waves, Nami. Thank you. Can I get a tuna head? Or a couple tuna heads? Or like a whole slew of tuna heads?
Is this a rating system made by cats?
Tuna heads? No.
Yeah.
So I was on Nami's stream. I'll say this really quick and then Dead Gruff, you're not late. We don't have a stream limit today. So you're fine. So, we, tuna heads, that's where we were at.
Yeah.
So I was on Nami's stream one day because I was like, I'm just gonna check out all the other art people and see what they're doing. Because I had just started streaming and I just wanted people to kind of learn from and just check in with, while I was here on this new endeavor that I was kind of doing. And I came across Nami's channel, and she was just a very whimsical person on her channel. So I stopped in because it just looked like it was fun, and I ended up saying hello, and she ended up calling me Tuna. She thought my name was Lady Tuna Star.
Oh, that's great. Sorry if I just laughed really loud into the microphone. That's funny.
Yeah, so she was calling me, and she said it a couple different times, right? But I didn't correct her because I just thought she was a hungry mermaid.
Plus, like, with as weird of names people come up with
I know.
for their,
Yeah.
screen names, it's like, there probably is someone named Lady Tuna something out there. So,
Exactly, yeah.
like, I saw one today at work. We were doing, like, a giveaway online. Now I forget what it is. But anyway, it was something canoe. But, like, something had nothing to do with canoeing. So it was, like, I don't know, like, tuna canoe. We'll just go with that for now. And I was like, what does that even mean? Okay, but sure. If that's what you want your screen name to be, so be it.
There's all kinds of different screen names out there, but so Dick Roth, I thought you had to be at a bar or something because you mentioned you were in a place that was loud, so that's why you couldn't really listen. Encountered some problems along the way. Ooh, was afraid of missing the live stream. No, we didn't have a time frame today. It's the weekend, so I feel like I'm gonna be a little more relaxed on my weekend streams.
Right. Also, like, for me, which I was kind of half planning on going over to my boyfriend's house since he lives in this area, like, afterwards. But he ended up having other stuff to do. So, like, if I would have seen him, like, I would have been up until, like, 2 in the morning anyway, so. Because we always end up talking way too long. And also, since he lives way out this way, like, I only see him, like, once a week usually, so try to make the most of it.
I haven't noticed the chat yet. I think I just did. We're since there's 2 of us talking, I'm a little bit slower on the chat.
Sorry.
I try to let Miss Umbra finish her statements.
And I ramble, so if you need to tell her to cut me off, like, go for it.
Yeah, just give me a tuna face if you want me to cut Kelly or Miss Umbra off.
That's fine. You can use my name if it's easier.
But yeah, that's why I'm a little slower in the chat, guys. I'm trying to be polite to everybody. Long story short, I have a friend of mine pretty much homeless sleeping at my apartment. I mean, that's nice to offer them a place to stay, though, for sure. See, and even Nami agrees you're a nice person. See, we didn't doubt this for a minute. We've known this the entire time. Let's pretend that? Sure, why not?
In denial about being nice. I was that way once. Like, I think where I was having a really hard time at one of my last jobs, partly because, like, it was such a toxic workplace.
Yeah.
And I was telling my friend that I live with now about it, and she was like, well, yeah, because you're such a nice person and you care about people. And I'm like, don't you say that about me. I am not a nice, caring person.
Yeah. Says, I mean, you should follow me. Yeah. I follow you, Donnie. I do.
Oh, I should follow her?
I'm not sure who that's for. Maybe that's for Dead Groth. But I know I follow. I follow and put tuna faces in every time now. Because it's our thing now.
That's adorable.
We have our own thing. Yeah, this is, I mean, she was drunk. I would feel bad to leave her by herself in the streets at 4. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a tough decision to make too. Yeah. Can you guys hear, I know I'm playing like piano music or whatever, but can you guys also hear like the other music in the background? I'm just curious. Because my boyfriend's playing right now. I totally agree. Degroth, you're too hard on yourself. I think you're a nice person. Whether you want me to or not. Is there 2 music? So, I think you guys should only be able to hear the piano music, but my boyfriend right now is playing music as well, like in the home. So if you couldn't hear it, you probably just heard it then.
But was that him or was that just?
I think that was like radio.
I think it's funny that you point out in your streams whenever he's playing, you're like, can you guys hear him? Because didn't you like move into a different area, like specifically so that you guys could have more space and you weren't like hearing each other work on stuff?
Exactly.
It's kind of funny, but you're still like, doesn't he sound great? Which he does,
Yeah.
but it's just kind of funny.
It is kind of a similar thing. All right, Nami, got to go now. I just wanted to stop by and say hi. I guess I'll keep in touch through this chat. That's all right. Not a big deal. Thank you, Nami. Thanks
Nice.
for checking in.
Nice meeting you. For me.
Bye.
Actually, she might have been in the chat before when.
I'm only hearing the piano. I'm not totally sober. It's okay. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. Yes, the other individual here painting is Miss Umbra.
Who's asking?
Dead Groth is.
Oh, yeah, no, it's Miss Umbra who's normally in the chat.
Yeah, so like when you guys were there on the crazy night of like the suspected
The loud
gunshot.
noise, mystery loud noise.
mystery noise / suspected gunshot. That yes, Miss Umbra was here.
And I've come to check on her and she's still alive, so everything is good.
Yes, I'm an actual person. I'm actually still living right now. So
Yeah, I am also an actual person, even though earlier it was discussed that I've been accused of being a robot.
a bot.
A bot. I am a good bot though, so it's okay. I do customer service as part of my job, so helping customers and they think that a robot is giving them answers and refunding them.
Oh, you really haven't slept because you wanted to know? I tried, so like, I was like super worried, right? Because like, I'm like, what the heck is going on? Like, I mean, clearly I was shaken up at the end of that stream, so like, it really wasn't the feel we were going for at all. And I like, woke up the next morning and I was like, well, I'm just gonna look up on the news and see if anybody like posted anything, like if there was like, somebody like, got shot or anything like that, or like, what happened, like, and I didn't find anything. There was literally nothing in the news, so I'm kind of thinking maybe
Conspiracy?
so I feel like there's might be a couple things going on, so it's either nothing or it's something and they haven't quite like figured out exactly what it is yet, so like they're not really gonna mention anything about it.
Well, and plus because of how quickly news moves, like probably at this point, if they figured it out, like they'd be like, people have already forgotten. So
Yeah, exactly. So, but I have a feeling that it's still a mystery. I don't know what happened that night. But did you? I guess no. We were. I need to know. Yeah, I know. I don't know either. Well, and Miss Summer, this is gonna be the first time you've heard this, but because me and Dead Groth were kind of like having a side chat, we were talking about like, I guess he had heard me mention earlier in the stream that there was some weird thumps
Oh,
that I heard, and I don't even remember saying it.
maybe. I mean, now that you mention it, I vaguely remember. That sounds vaguely familiar, but at the same time, like, it could be one of those things you're like, someone else suggested, and you can imagine that you heard it, so you think that maybe you did. No, I kind of do, because I remember saying something about your house being haunted. Like, didn't I say that, Dead Groth? Didn't, like, I make a joke about the house being haunted? when I was in the chat. I don't know.
That's a weird focus on my lips. Oh, when I turn around. How's that?
Just...
Yeah, we heard other noises earlier, less louder, but we heard it. I don't remember that. Oh, he doesn't remember you saying if the house was haunted.
Oh, maybe I just thought it, because that's like my go-to joke about something when there's weird noises. I'm like, it's haunted.
Like bumps in the night.
Yeah. Oh, no, we did talk about, I remember talking about noises prior because we were talking about blaming it on cats, or maybe that was after the big noise happened. I don't know. I remember talking about blaming noises on cats. Because that's the nice thing about owning cats is you hear weird things and you're like, it's just the cat. No need to get up.
I don't think you're ridiculous. I think maybe there was just so much going on that night that like we're all just really confused. We really don't know what's going on. He's so funny. So don't you think like for like one of the more recent attempts at painting that Miss Sombra's doing pretty solid.
Yay.
Considering how long it's been since she's made an attempt.
I'm not super happy with how when I stepped back, I was like, oh, the land kind of looks like a weird shape. So I'm trying to change the horizon here.
Yeah, I know. We have kind of a weird setup today. Just because we tried to get two of us in here in this still pretty small space. So
It was a hassle, a little bit.
It was a little bit of a hassle, but that's okay. No big deal. We just go with the flow here. It's honestly nice enough, yeah. At least I'm good with that, yeah. But I'm 100% sure that we heard a noise maybe like 15 minutes before, less loud. But I was apparently still reacting to that. It wouldn't surprise me if I said something. You know what? I think I do remember turning around and like saying like, did anybody just hear that? I think I remember turning around, like, kind
I wish, can you view like your old chats?
of. Yeah. So like if
I mean, I guess you could go back and watch it on stream. Like if you can figure out, well, yeah, if you looked at the old chat, if it has a timestamp, you could figure out what part of the video to watch again and see if you. Not that it particularly matters, but it would be interesting now that Dead Groth mentioned that. Like, I'm like, did that happen?
Thanks, since that was the time. That time we needed the record of the live stream. Oh yeah, because we weren't done yet, so. He says, I bet my left testicle, it was the same kind of noise, but less loud.
No, you can keep that. Thanks, though. No one wants you to part with those.
You really don't have to.
Okay.
That's crazy, though, to think about. I mean, honestly. So I've had a couple different people check in today. I regret saying that the moment. No, we would never do that. We would never let you do that. So it's okay. We're not sadistic. So I don't want to do too many more like highlights in my tree because I feel like it's gonna.
It looks really pretty in person. I don't know if they can tell on the video, but yeah, it's really cute. It almost kind of like makes me think of like fireflies sitting in the tree.
Yeah. Ha 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 ha. What? Oh, you don't regret that saying that anymore? I'm guessing is what you're trying to get across. I do think what I want to do though, which is going to be a little bit weird, I'm not really sure how this is going to work. I do think I want to get like a nice kind of light halo-y effect on my moon, but I'm not really sure how this is going to work.
Just gonna like kind of lift up the color around it.
Yeah, kind of.
I don't see why it shouldn't work.
Dragonfly? I feel like it's each sound have. I don't know how to say it. The dragonfly, is that it? Oh, like my little like things here look like dragonflies. Lightning bug maybe is what you're thinking of maybe, or a firefly. Yeah, under the tree. Yeah, or these here. Lightning bug in the swamp. Yeah. I think it. Don't they technically call it by both names, like lightning bug?
Yeah.
And, yeah. So,
It's called both. That's the trouble with common names of animals is everybody calls them different things in different places.
Yeah.
I mean, even here, like I feel like we haven't seen any. Have you seen any yet this year? Actually, that makes me.
I think they come out
A little
usually
later this month.
in June. Yeah, later in June they usually just start showing up.
Yeah.
Around here anyway.
I didn't think about that. I really like that point in the year, like, because you kind of forget that they exist until they start coming out, and I don't know. It's kind of magical.
I'm googling traduction. What is that? Traduction?
Makes me think of turducken.
What?
Turducken, the thing where they cook a duck inside of a chicken inside of a turkey.
What?
You've never heard of that?
I don't think so.
Mm.
I'm a little bit confused though. Google translation. Oh, you're looking at a translation for that.
Okay.
For the bug. Okay.
That makes sense now.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused, but I think I got you now. That's funny.
Google Translate is not always helpful either. I got sometimes customers will email in and they don't speak English, so they will write in another language. That hardly ever happens. Most people that contact my work write in English, but I've had a couple people write it in their native language, and then I just have to like copy and paste it. But this one time I had a whole conversation between two other email addresses that was in German, and I was like, if it was just one, I would have been like, oh, this guy doesn't know English, so I'll just use Google Translate and then try to answer his question. But it was like between him and another person, I was like, I think he accidentally wrote our email in there too, because it was like another company and they had a similar name as ours. And so like he wrote like help at this company and then like info at this other company. Like he didn't know which one was the right email, and so he just did both.
Oh.
And so I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to be a part of this conversation. So yeah, I just wrote them back. I'm like, yeah, I think you meant to be talking to this other German company, and we're in the US, and we make this, and you guys make that, and we have nothing to do with it. And they're like, oh, so sorry.
Oh.
But I was like, but if you're in the market, go check out our website. So I gotta do my job on
still
there.
gotta like try and.
Yep.
Yeah. So what? Lightning bug really isn't a common used word. Yeah, it's kind of like again, it depends on which area you're in. So like some different areas are gonna call them different things. So I think around here, lightning bug is pretty normal.
I use both, honestly. Lightning bug and firefly.
Hi, Talented. Hello. Welcome. Welcome back. We're streaming kind of late today. We're still streaming kind of late today, I should say. I ain't living in a swamp, dear. That's what he says. What? We don't live in a swamp either.
There are some marshy areas. I feel like more where I live, there's a lot of low lying, but it's mostly.
Like where my parents live is pretty swampy.
Yeah, it is. It's mostly woods and fields.
Yeah, it's mostly woods and fields here.
At certain.
We're doing well, Talented. I have. I'm not painting alone today. I have my my friend here, Miss Sombra. She's kind of painting with us today.
Hello. Which I think I've been in the chat when
Talented's
when you
probably
been in, so.
she was inspired to paint, so I told her she could come and paint with me. So that's what we're doing. We're just kind of chilling. I'm going in and adding some like moon shine to my moon here. Finally, I guess I had karma on my side today. Couldn't be home at a time for the usual stream hours, but you're streaming later. Awesome. Fun. Yeah. Well, you're good. You got even more good karma now that you helped your friend, so. And I kind of did. I kind of wanted to stay a little bit later.
Especially since you kind of like left earlier than you meant to.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
like too much earlier, but it was just a little bit. Because I think you were actually getting ready to sign off the other night. But
Yeah, the other stream didn't go nearly as long as I had like originally planned for it to go, so. Karma isn't usually a friend of mine no matter what I do. Aww. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Because karma also has to do with like what you also do for yourself, I think. Like it's not just for other people. Like how you treat other people, it's how you treat yourself too.
That's a good point. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah. Maybe even more how you treat yourself. Pretty sure helping her will someday be bad for me. Well, that's where you gotta learn to draw lines, you know what I mean? And that's hard to do. How much do you normally charge for your paintings? It depends. It really honestly depends. I don't really... So if it's a print... Because originals are hard for me to do. Because a lot of work goes into them, and then if it's gone, I can't really do anything much else with it. Like, it's out of my possession at that point. So the originals are very much kind of like all over the place. But if it's a print, I do it by size. So... You love my styles, yes. Yeah, I'm working on this stream has kind of like helped me work on some backlog, so I can work on like building my shop.
Oh yeah, because I think first you were just planning on like doing more art and like selling more art online. Is that right? Like I remember you saying that on Facebook originally.
Yeah.
And then it ended up leading into this.
Yeah, this was kind of just so streaming was kind of just like honestly like a random thought. Like I was talking to my boyfriend Shyler, and he was like, I want to stream some games. That sounds like that legitimately just sounds like fun. Like I don't even care if like people really watch me or whatever. Like
That's the right way to go about it too.
It just sounds fun. And so I was like, yeah, that does sound pretty fun. And I was like, and really what hit me was my neighbors, like, because I like to paint outside because I just like to be outside just in general. And so my neighbors were like really drawn to like coming over to me and like watching me paint because I like to be outside. And so I was like, I wonder if other people would just like to just like watch me kind of just paint. You know what I mean? So then I just decided, since he was doing that, I was just gonna start streaming my paintings. And now I just have awesome conversations with people while I do it, and it's fun. Yeah, but I mean, I don't mind having a bad day. Still wouldn't have left her, especially in the area she was. Yeah, that's because, dun dun dun, you're a good person. Did you like that extra touch? I added that extra touch just for you. Yeah, I'd buy the other dark painting. I love it. Yeah, I'll eventually I don't want to release anything too early because I don't want it to be like a hot mess. So I'm taking my time with it, but I figured what I probably would do, and I was actually thinking about this today, is for like some of my streamers, like my stream followers, I probably would just like kind of give away one painting, kind of as like a gift. But I'm not really sure like a giveaway, but I want to do it appropriately. So like only people, like maybe if you're like my first top 25 followers, like, you know, you are the only ones that qualify. So that's kind of what I was thinking about doing when that gets along. But I wasn't sure if you guys would like want to give away like your address, so, like I could like send it to you. I guess you could always give me like a PO box, you know, if you really didn't want me to know. When I'll have some money though, yeah. Exactly, yeah. We're all kind of hurting sometimes, aren't we? With on the money end. There's a difference being a good person and making a good action. Yeah. But good actions help you get to that good person place.
Okay, I think I need to stop messing with mine because I think if I mess any more, then I'm gonna undo things that I like. So I think I'm just gonna leave it there.
Nice.
Also, what time is it? I'd say that's pretty good timing because I'll have like 15 minutes just to chill here and wait for it to dry.
Sounds like a good plan to me. December.
As she reaches for the brush again because she decided she wanted to change something else.
Degroth says he likes your haircut.
Thank you. I usually keep my hair short. I tried growing it out and then it gets to like my shoulders and I'm just like, oh, it's so long. So like I can't believe like how long her hair is. Like,
yeah, my hair's like super long, guys.
It's so pretty though, but then at the same time, like,
I have a lot of hair.
I don't know how I can manage it.
Yeah. I have a ton of hair. My hair is basically at my hips, so. Which on a short person is quite a bit.
Yeah. That's probably what adds to it, actually.
Talented says, I love trees. Both of them look great. Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Talented. Hopefully this kind of inspires people who don't normally paint, maybe to just take a more relaxed approach on it. And
yeah, because it worked for me, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna... Oh, that's the brush that broke.
Is it?
Yeah, I was cleaning it and then like it just went boop again and I was like, oh, right.
So we have a new chatter. James Napper. So what's going on here? 2 people in one room dual streaming or something? Yeah. So I usually paint by myself. James, I usually paint by myself for the most part. It's usually just me painting. So I'll have like my painting going. And then I kind of inspired one of my friends to start painting. So she's here with us today. It's her first painting that she's done for quite some time. So I let her kind of join in and kind of show us, you know, what a more new painter can accomplish if they just take a more relaxed approach to painting. So
Well, and on top of that, I should add, like, when I was younger and I was more interested in art, I didn't do much painting, and I didn't enjoy painting as much as I liked drawing. So, like, paint has I've never considered paint my friend. Like, I've even, like, on multiple occasions told people, like, me and paint do not get along. And, this has turned out really, really good. Like, way beyond I could have ever imagined. So I'm so happy right now.
yeah. Actually, I think you're using Gouache paints, right?
Well, I ended up using yours, remember?
Oh yeah. So
Mine are from high school, and I couldn't get them open, and I'm really short too, so, and I know you can't really see me right now, but I probably look like I'm still in high school, but high school was like
forever ago.
Yeah, about 10 years ago. So
yeah, exactly.
So these are 10-year-old paints, is what I'm getting at. So
yeah. So actually, we're both. Since she had to use my painting, these are actually watercolors. So
yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to go out and buy myself some paint, which is funny because when I was at the store and I was like, oh, I need to pick up paper, like I kind of saw paint, and just because they're so pretty colors, I was like, oh, paint, and I was like, no, you've got paint at home. And then because I had opened one of them and it seemed fine, and then I got here and I couldn't open any of the other ones, so
yeah, that's frustrating.
Oh well. Because that was part of my thing. I was like, oh, I should ask if she'll let me come over and paint, or she'll teach me to paint. And then I was like, no. And then I was like, oh, well, I still got this paint, and it seems like it's good. But then it's not. So now I need to invest in paints, which are, I think, aside from brushes, the most expensive part. I wonder, I'm actually...
Yeah. I think you can get away with cheaper paints, James, sometimes. I think with watercolor, though, I think you're totally right. I think that really doesn't work.
The white works, opens too.
Yeah, generally I go for things that are kind of in the middle. And that seems to work for me just fine. And I do tend to paint my watercolors fairly heavy, which I think is abnormal for most watercolor painters. I think everyone tries to go on the lighter side, but I go a little bit heavier.
Ooh, I got the yellow open. Another way you can save money too on paint is if you know anything about mixing colors. Like, you don't need to get every shade. Like, you don't have to go like, oh, I like that exact shade of purple, or that exact shade of pink, or yellow, or red. Like, just get your basic colors and you can mix them from there. Like, you honestly don't even need to get like brown, because you can make brown,
lots of colors make brown.
I just remember being in high school, and you probably had the same art teacher in high school, so like I just remember her always being like, don't you ever mix black and white to make gray, or don't you ever just use brown to get brown. Like,
yeah, but I do those things anyway, so she was
that's funny. But you should know the idea of like how you get those colors anyway, because then you can adjust them to like suit your needs. So I have gotten a few of these open while I've been talking.
So you did sorry, James, you did a painting today that you had duct tape on it with? That's interesting.
What was the duct tape?
I've never been good with watercolor, it's too delicate. Yeah, that's kind of why my watercolor is like
That's what I
heavy.
felt like too.
Yeah. I just got in bed. You guys have a good night. Glad I could stay on for a bit. Paintings look great. Thank you, Talented. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate everyone that checks in. Have a nice night.
Bye.
Good evening. Sleep well. Oh, so James says, yeah, I do mixed media stuff. Like, I do a lot of abstract work on top of photos. On top of photos, huh?
Nice.
Well, there's somebody else in the chat right now who does also photo work, but I'm not gonna say it because they might get mad at me. I'm not gonna say who it is. I learned my lesson. I'm just teasing, but there really is somebody that does photo work. So nice. I did a multimedia painting once. I did a watercolor painting on top of newspaper.
Oh, that sounds neat.
It was very hard to do because
So thin.
it's the watercolor's thin and
The paper.
the paper's thin, and so
And newspaper kind of just falls apart when
and
it gets
like
wet.
the print, like the actual print on it is so dark. So I mean, if you're gonna try to do like a shadow or like a light part, and it was you kind of had to think while you were doing it. Definitely had to think quite a bit. Really plan stuff out for that. Steve says, I mean, there's genuine reasons why working with photos can be really good, but I won't lie, mostly because I can't be bothered drawing and I will work fast. It'd be a waste to draw for like 4 hours and paint over it in 10 minutes. I totally agree though. Like that's why a lot of my stuff has like stencils, because I just want to enjoy what I'm doing, and I don't want to
Like
take away from that. Yeah, I don't want to nitpick, on certain things. So I totally know where you're coming from on that.
So excuse my noise. I'm cleaning up because I'm actually getting ready to.
Yeah. So Miss Umber's gonna wrap up, but I'm still gonna be here for a bit. So don't worry.
Yeah, I just have a bit of a drive.
Don't worry,
so.
dead drop. You guys study at college or anything? No, I went to college for our education, and I did some drawing, but I decided that I didn't really like I was too judgmental when I was drawing. So in my free time, I would just paint, which was just more relaxing to me. And then that's where I'm at now. But no, I don't currently go to college or anything like that. And I didn't go to school to learn to paint either, so I kind of just do my thing.
And I have a degree in journalism that I don't use, so. And I didn't take any art classes in college either. Except for photography, but that was just for photojournalism. Kitty!
I've used stencils too. I got lettering I've been using for my Apollo stuff, which is basically those cheapy wee plastic things. Kind of used for the alphabet, yeah.
Hey, whatever works.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, do you really want to focus on like the things that are gonna like drive you nuts, or do you just want to get them done and over with so you can do the fun parts? Like, that's kind of how I feel. Because to me, it's not like I use a stencil because I don't know how to do things. Like, I use a stencil because I don't care to spend time on that part.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I dump my dirty water in your sink?
That's fine. We
Okay.
can do that.
I didn't know, like, I don't know, like,
Yeah.
don't want people to freak out about, like, oh my gosh, can you put that in my sink or wash my dishes?
Yeah, it's way faster. So that I feel like I'm not spending as much time on my paintings, so that way I can like kind of let myself be more free while I'm working, and then I don't feel like I have to charge as much for my paintings either, because it doesn't take me as long. Now, if I were to freehand all these mandalas into my paintings, like that would be that much more work. So for essentially the same result, so why work harder when you can work smarter? So there's a couple people that I follow. Not anybody that has like the same feel as me. I kind of inspire myself for the most part. But for the most part, the people I'll follow are like the people here in Twitch. Like my followers, I'll follow back because I really appreciate them, and I like to inspire them. So if I see their artwork and I see a little bit of what they've been working on, and I see something similar that maybe they would enjoy as well, I'll usually share that with them. But I don't have anybody in particular. I do have an Instagram though I can drop in. like that one should work. Let me. Yeah, that's correct. That's mine. So what I mostly follow on Instagram is like a lot of crystal shops I'll follow. Because I'm also painting a couple crystals. And then, like I said, some of the local artists here I'll follow. Oh, yeah, I can't really think of anything in particular. I mean, there was one I followed today. I actually was on a Spanish channel, and she did some watercolors. I can't remember what her name was though, but she's on Twitch too. So like I said, I usually follow like all my Twitch people, because I just like to be supportive of everybody. And like I said, if I find cool stuff that I think they'll enjoy, I'll usually share it with them. So if you want to leave your painting here, Miss Umbra, to dry, you can, or you can chance it.
I think, I mean, because in the end here, it feels pretty dry. Because I was only working like with a few areas and it was not very wet paint. Because none of that's coming off of my hand. So I think I'm good. Yay. Unless you want me to have an excuse to come back and you're like desperate to make sure that I come back, like then I can leave it.
No, it's totally fine.
Okay.
You are more than welcome to take it. I was just going to offer because I don't like transferring wet things.
Oh gosh. Especially wet paint things.
Yeah. So, sorry, I'll check the chat again. I don't use Instagram much, but I'll give you a follow. My friend is from uni, so she's trying to set up an Instagram account for me for my art, but we just haven't done it yet. So in the meantime, I'm just using Twitter. Nice. I'm one of those people that doesn't understand Twitter, so like you can follow me on Twitter, but like I don't know that a whole lot will go on over there. But you can follow me on Twitch if you want, because like I said, normally it's just me streaming. So.
And then
We just decided to do this on a whim.
one cat that pops in and one boyfriend singing in the background.
Yeah. The cat will jump in.
Don't worry, I'm leaving. She's still down there hissing at me.
Yeah. She's a little
Okay. Well, bye everyone. Thanks for letting me drop in and like talk too much.
Miss Umbra's gonna say bye, so we'll
Yeah.
say bye to Miss Umbra. But I'm just gonna take a 2-second break just to kind of let her out, and then I'll be back. So I'm just gonna go to a quick break screen for just a few minutes here. So we're back. We're back to the stream. My stream, next time we do a stream, it'll be set up more normal. But for now, I don't want to take any more of our painting time away. So I kind of just want to leave it like this for right now. So we're gonna have a blank easel kind of in the corner for now. Oh, good girl, we weren't leaving. Miss Umbra's just leaving. It's late here, so she's gonna go home now. So that's why I went on a break. But we're gonna keep going until my boyfriend says I want to go to sleep. Huh. So there's an artist who I might find interesting, David Aldersdale? I'm gonna type him in real quick here. See what I can find. He may be up my street, not my alley. I'm teasing. So we're gonna Google this guy. David. I'm horrible at typing names or spelling names. Alderslad. Sorry, Scottish, for getting other people to talk differently. It's totally fine. I tease. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna drop this in the chat in case anybody else wants to see. So that's what I pulled just from Google Images. And yeah, it totally is. I love how wispy these trees are. And especially like the light colors. Looks very nice. I do really like this. So yes, you are accurate. I like nature. I like the moon. I especially like the moon. This is my second moon painting, and we're probably gonna keep doing moon paintings. Yeah, I'm a little bit more free with my paintings now. I used to be really, really particular, but then I just wasn't having fun, and I kept judging myself too much. So now I call my channel an intuitive painting channel, where I literally just lay paint down, and I don't cast judgment. I just lay it down, and then we just roll with it. So it's very relaxed now, and I have way more fun. So. So did Garth, your friend, end up going to sleep, or she left? It kind of seemed a little bit like both. I bite my brushes in case you guys haven't noticed already. I brushed everything. It says messy is best. I spent a year in college learning how to imitate rust in paint form. Nice. Yeah, I never took any painting classes, just drawing. And even that, it was just intro drawing, and then I kind of quit, so. So basically, I'm self-taught. I don't really. Oh, she's sleeping. Okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad she's sleeping. Hopefully she'll feel better. So. If you want to link, so I let people do whatever they want here. So if you want to link, James, your stuff, if you have anything to link, that's totally fine. Like I don't give permit. I don't like wait for permission or anything like that. You guys can just do what you want. The only thing I really monitor is like swears. But that's already kind of done for me, so. And that's just really because I don't want people coming in and being jerks to each other. Sleeping but hardly. My computer screen in the face. I hate typing on my phone. I really hate typing on my phone too. Dead. It's a pain. That's kind of why I try and interpret most of what people are saying, because I just assume everyone's on their phone. I mean, at the end of the day, art is an impersonal endeavor. Like, maybe did the same as you did when I realized at some point, I'm like, why am I worrying what others think of my art? This is for me, not for them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I just got too judgmental, like, when I was drawing, so, because everyone feels like if you're drawing or, like, painting, like, everything has to be, like, super realistic, or they're, like, kind of not interested in it for some reason, and I don't know where that came from, but, I mean, it totally accurate, I feel. This is, oh, that's your Twitter? I'll go look. I like to see everyone's stuff. Oh, interesting. Oh, League of Legends, okay. Cool. It looks like maybe you do some just print work too. I mean, because I saw some newspapers and stuff, or what looked like news articles or. Born and nice. And space. Ooh, space. I love space. Yeah, these are neat. Ooh, I like this one too. This. Oh, that's PS4 share. It just had the holographic theme to it. I was like, oh, that's cool. And some trees. Yeah, this is neat. So these photos, these things that are just photos, are these, looks like maybe, it looks like you do a lot of PS4 share. So you pay attention, a little bit more attention. It's crazy how, good detail, our games get now. To where, momentarily I'll have a slip of judgment and, assume it's a photo. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy how technology works. But that's cool. I've been doing the Apollo 8 mission project since maybe February. Isn't it neat how we kind of get on these trips where we're all of my art is going to be correlated to this? I think that's fun. I really like space. Space is one of my favorite things. I could literally talk about space and the universe all day. The League of Legends is one of my girlfriends, but I just shared it anyway. That's fine. Yeah, see, I don't understand how Twitter works, so. They're photos from the NASA website, so public domain photos that I've printed out. Nice. At a place where you can get wedding photos printed or something. Oh, so you go to a professional photo printing place to print those, and then you paint on them. Is what it sounds like. I mean, that's what it sounds like. Space thing is definitely staying even after Apollo 8 project ends, if it ever does. I want to move on to photography from the Hubble telescope of deep space. Nice. Please do. That sounds super interesting. I could legit when I first started deciding that I wanted to paint instead of draw, one of the first things I did was I just did a whole series on planets, and I did watercolor planets, and it was super fun and super spacey and super splattery and super messy and super wonderful all at the same time. Yeah, I paint onto photo paper, so it's just a palette knife right on stencils and shit. Nice. My moderator didn't catch you saying shit, which is fine. It's just those bots or those mods are really strange. I don't understand how they work. But you're not in trouble or anything. I just find it funny that it was giving some of my other followers Doug Groth a hard time yesterday, but it'll let you say that. Drawing in some help on the deep space stuff from a friend who does surrealist art. Ooh, that sounds pretty nice. And feel like knowing her tricks and way of outgoing paint might be a bit of a help. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's why I follow so many different people. And like, I'll watch other artists' streams and like converse with them and like share with them like, you know, other things that I like. I just did that this morning because I work from home, so like I'll even like lurk people's channels like during the day, like when I clearly can't be streaming myself, but it just helps their viewer numbers, you know. But I'll share with them all the time, and I like to watch them because you know, I'll learn something from them too, and I think that's fair and that's good. And the Twitch thing can be really frustrating though, as most people here don't paint this way. I'm not a huge fan of the digital stuff, but this is so much better. You know, I also do a little bit of digital. I dab in it just a tiny bit. So like if you were like watching my break screen, you would have been able to hopefully see a couple of those. But I totally agree, like there's not too many of us doing traditional painting like on Twitch. It is mostly just digital stuff, which is fine, right? And some people are like super pro at it, and that's great. But I do have a respect for like, you know, the traditional way to do things. I have to agree to some extent. So because like I said, I've checked in with a lot of, I like to watch other streamers. But like the ones I've connected with the most are the ones who literally do the traditional stuff. And I've said this in some of my other streams, like I would never like, you know, talk down about anybody or anything like that, but I do feel like the other like streams, their chats are kind of bizarre to me. I don't really understand. I just don't understand what's going on really, I guess. And maybe it's just a different way to stream. And I'm new to streaming, so maybe I have like a totally different perspective because of that. But I do feel like everyone else's chats is kind of like reactionary. Like, and a little bit, yeah, everyone's even responses to their own viewers is kind of reactionary. And a little bit disingenuous. So I think that's kind of what you're feeling too. And I've never had anybody be really unhelpful, but I do feel like their responses when you do ask a certain question is a little bit on the short side. And I think maybe that's because they get the same question like maybe over and over again, so maybe they're a little bit tired of it, I guess would be my only. Because I try to give people like the benefit of the doubt. So and some people who do art on here, I've asked a few people about their art and see what they did, and they get super defensive, which is totally weird to me because being involved in art my whole life, that's not the way people do it. They're sharing ideas and talking about it. Yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like I think people have, maybe people who have been streaming for a while, because I'm a new streamer, I haven't been doing this very long, and I didn't really watch a whole bunch of streamers beforehand, so like I feel like my channel, I didn't come in with, you know, preconceived idea of how a stream should be, you know, so I think that's why it's so different, because I get people telling me that all the time, that like my stream is like so different. But most people are there to see the girl in the painting rather than the paint, if I'm being genuinely honest. Yeah, I mean, maybe. But I mean, I feel like today, and maybe that's why I haven't got like a whole lot of extra new people today, which is totally cool. But you can't really see me today, so. But usually I do have, so this camera here, that we kind of used for this other easel since my friend was painting with us today, is usually facing me, so like like we're having a face-to-face conversation. So that's the typical feel. I usually have my easel moved a little bit over, and then I'm facing you and looking into the camera while we're talking. So it's like I'm having an actual conversation with you, which I can't do with this camera because I'd be like in front of my painting, like while I'm doing it. So I mean, if someone asked me about my paintings, I would obviously tell them anything. I mean, art is pretty underwhelming. Like, I literally make paintings out of old bits of wood, photos, and duct tape. If they really want to know, then I tell them. But that's more poking fun at me than anything else. Yeah, I totally agree. Like, if anybody asks me things, I like just tell them. I just tell them. And I like even today, like, my friend who's like the one who's like painting with us today, like, I asked my followers, you know, what they thought, like, you know, and most of them didn't really pop in today, but that's fine. Everybody, I get lots of different types of followers, like, from different parts of the world, so they all can't be here at the same time, which is totally fine. But I did try and ask them, you know, like, what they would think if I had my friend come in and join, you know, because it is a little bit out of character for our stream, and they were totally fine with it. So, but yeah, I think just being, and I guess what I'm trying to say with that story is, I think being a more genuine person while I'm streaming just helps me be more inspiring to people, you know. Because I'm really here to paint and have good conversation and hopefully get people to feel like they can paint whatever they want, you know, without judging themselves. Really, I mean, if I didn't want to interact with people, I wouldn't be streaming. You know, like... painting was nice from what I saw of it. Yeah, I mean, it really was. And I mean, like I said, she hadn't, I mean, I helped her a little bit every now and then, just kind of give a little bit of my input if I saw she was struggling to kind of achieve something that she was kind of aiming toward. But other than that, I left her alone and just let her paint, you know, like, and I think that worked. And she walked away feeling really good about her painting, so this was somebody that, you know, had thought that painting wasn't for her. So, I mean, that right there is, like, special to me, because that's another person now that, like, kind of gets to find a way to be with themselves and just, like, make something special. I definitely thought her painting was good. I even, like, was so enwrapped in my own painting, I just, like, because like I said, I wasn't like harking over her or anything like that. I was basically just here for, like, moral support, you know, and some guidance if she needed it. But I had turned around and looked over, and before I knew it, she had a painting. And it felt like I had only not been watching her for just a few minutes, so yeah, I think it was a good thing. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree, James. Like, a lot of people do struggle with the mindset of what art is supposed to be, so, like, I totally understand. I feel like a lot of them have, like, the mindset of, like, it has to be, like, super hyper realistic or it's not good. And it's just like, I mean, and I was on that train too for a while, like, with my drawing. Like, my drawing, I would, like, tell myself, well, it's gotta be, you know, hyper realistic or it's not good. And then I kind of got to the point where I was like, okay, well, I know I can draw, like, realistic now, so I just want to have fun now. I'm done, like, judging myself as I'm, like, creating. So, kind of moved past that into this. That's why I call it. That's why my channel is called like intuitive painting, because I don't cast judgment as I'm laying paint. It's okay. It's a reusable thing. You see, a lot of people struggle to understand maybe more abstract expression realism art, which is a shame because it can hold a lot more depth than your classic drawing of a person's face. I totally agree, and that's kind of what I'm going for with a lot of my themes. So like I have mandalas in my painting because I do like the concept of like sacred geometry and like how the universe works on this mathematical equation, you know, kind of thing. So I put those in there for that reason. I choose colors for a specific reason. So like purple is very calming. The moon is very calming at night. A willow tree is a very calming tree because it just like kind of blows in the wind, you know. So I totally understand what you mean. Like I feel like more is conveyed through maybe a more simple type image, which obviously took me a long time to get to that point because like I said, I was judging myself so much on being super realistic. So, but now we're over that. We don't do that anymore. And it feels good. It feels good. And now we just have fun and share our fun with others and inspire other people to just have fun. I mean, personally, I don't like hyperrealism or photorealism. I just don't enjoy it. Like, I can appreciate the skill. I appreciate the skill too, because it takes a lot of work. I mean, I'm a guy that just feels it's not my thing. I'd much rather look at Chinese style painting, depressed pregnant woman, because it means something more. There's something more to it. It gives me an insight into the artist's feelings. The pregnant woman's feelings, by the way, I don't know if she paints that exactly, but along those lines, yeah, exactly, yeah, totally. I totally agree with you, like 100%. Like we are on the same page. And I feel like, so like when I was doing my like super realistic stuff, and I was doing like art sales and things like that, like people would always be like, oh man, I really like that. That's like absolutely great. But I'm not gonna buy it, you know. And then it's just kind of like, oh my gosh, I've done all this hard work, and like everyone says they really like it, and it is a skill, you know. At that point, like it was, I mean, a heck of a lot of skill. So like, you know, and then like I said, with casting judgment on it all the time, like it's just, it made it really hard to like want to continue to basically do art at all. So it took me a while to get to this place, but I'm in this place now, and I'm finding that people are actually more drawn to these, and actually wanting to possess them like in their home, more so, astronomically more so, than any of the super hyper realistic things I was doing before. Because like I said, I'm putting items in my paintings that are drawing out, you know, some type of response to people, whether they understand what that is or not. It's still getting some deeper response from them. Says Jenny Savo is an absolutely brilliant artist, by the way. If you don't know her, she's more UK, but she's just great. I mean, share whatever you want. I will totally go look her up. Oh, Degroth, that's alright. Thanks for stopping by. It's getting later, and I think I hear my boyfriend shuffling anyway. I appreciate you stopping in as always. Thank you. I painted one of my favorite paintings I know of, which is a woman lying on her side, just really if I'll try and find it. Yeah, feel free to, like I said, drop whatever you want in the. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, and even the reflection, like there. Yeah, that's a powerful one for sure. I'm wondering. That one was on that was a woman on her side. So I think that was probably the right one that you meant to share. Yeah, that one's a good one. Almost one that's like, almost makes you want to turn away. But not quite, because you're just like, oh my god. Yeah. You almost want to turn away, but not quite. She paints a lot about perfect because, of course, there's no perfect in people and social ideas that are ridiculous. Yeah, I totally agree 100%. That's kind of why I'm leaning towards this intuitive painting thing. Like, it's not supposed to be perfect. Like, you don't have a laid out plan when we're doing this. We just kind of do it, and then we just kind of go with the flow, and like if anything goes a little bit awry, you just kind of use it to your advantage, kind of thing. So. Because of course, I'm very much a Mondarian person. Yeah, I feel like I probably am too. Yeah, definitely. Like I don't even play like even on my string, like, 'cause I notice a lot of people are painting and they're playing like rock music. Like I don't even paint music with. I mean, I don't even paint with music with words in it because, again, I want this to be whatever experience you're gonna take away from it. I don't want to impose an experience on you, like, you know, so. Cause I feel like I don't know. And again, I didn't come in here and start with an idea of any idea of how a Twitch stream was constructed, so. Really? I have some, I have another form of tree painting. I can totally go grab it if you want to look at it. It would literally only take me 2 seconds. I might go grab it anyway. But it's my other moon painting that I have. I can go grab it, just 1 second. Completed one that we did. I'm not gonna lay it down too heavily here on this other one because I don't want to kind of ruin what I've worked so hard on this other one. But this one's done, so this is kind of like, I'd say this is like 30. We're 30% of the way into this one, and this one's 100% done. So yeah. But yeah, I wanted more moons in my bedroom, so I just keep making moons. Thank you. I like it too. Yeah, so I usually don't get, and that's the thing. I usually don't get a lot of hits on my videos until like my paintings are probably about 90% done, and then all of a sudden I get all these new people kind of flowing in. Oh, I want to see the other ones though. Sorry, I'm gonna pick up my phone here. I want to see your other links. Oh yeah, that's very nice. I do really like super wispy trees. Like, yeah, that's cool too. That other one is like super abstract too. Super abstract. Alright, do you I know you're kind of just like chilling out in the chat right now, but do you stream too? Or are you just like, you're just here to just watch? I always ask people because I do like to see what other artists are doing, etc. on Twitch. And like I said, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I do lurk on people on artist channels like while I'm working from home, so I like to help Traditional artist. I like to help out. This is- I think his journey went down the idea of like how nature and the world become more and more rigid and organized, and the organic trajectory of nature was fading away with modernity. That sounded unbelievably pretentious after reading that back. I don't think it sounds pretentious. I think it sounds true. I think it sounds true. So maybe I'm also pretentious. But I like organic things. That's why even with some of my stencils, so like my stencils have like really harsh, sharp lines, right? Because they're stencils. But like even when I go to do a stencil, because it's watercolor, I don't make it super perfect, clean lines. I like to keep it organic. So I use that word organic all the time in my stream when I'm explaining like my painting style. So I find that funny. Yeah, plus then it's when you're using a stencil with watercolor, it's kind of like how well can you control your water, like to an extent, like which I already think is like kind of impressive just by itself. It takes some skill, let me tell you. I do like the messiness of watercolor too. Like what I usually explain it as is it's very organic. I use that all the time when I'm kind of explaining things. Yeah, definitely manageable. Yeah, you can. I always tell people if they're struggling with their watercolor, you've just overworked it, most likely, and you just need to kind of back off and just stop. That or you need to switch up how you're doing your strokes. If you do the same type of stroke right next to the same type of stroke, it's all going to look the same. So yeah, the idea of paint eroding away under the flow of water. Yeah, that's kind of how I did these stencils. So I forced it a little bit with my brush tip, but I did lay water down and kind of washed it away. So that's how we got the canvas to kind of come back through here. But yeah, and a little bit through my moonshine, just a little bit through here. So, and I had another mandala here behind the tree, but it ended up getting covered all the way, basically. I mean, there's a little bit of it kind of poking through here, but yeah, it's pretty much hidden. But I know I asked you, but I don't think you answered. Do you stream as well, James? I guess I could go to your... I guess I could just go look myself, couldn't I? But like I mentioned before, I do like to... Yeah, definitely. Watercolor's definitely softer, which I think gives it a lot more malleability. Oh, you don't stream? Okay. See if it would work with the way I paint, as it's so chaotic. It might work better than you think. It might work better than you think. I have, we're technically painting in my living room, so I have tons of canvases out here. I have my little cart. I have a cart now that I can roll around. Because before it was just like a stagnant table kind of sitting next to us. But I've upgraded to a rollable cart now. I'm living the high life now. boyfriend who I live with is also a creative person, so he's kind of okay with some of the, or at least he understands like some of the creative chaos that kind of happens sometimes. And he's like super supportive, so that helps. Since I started repainting, I've actually used any paintbrushes. I bought some super cheap ones because I used to like the crappy bristles, but then I painted everything with just knives. Really? Yeah, I've always used brushes. I don't think I've ever used a knife. But I really don't paint with anything else other than watercolors, and I don't think watercolors would work with a... I mean, you could do it with a knife, but I don't think it's gonna... it's not gonna have the same feel, you know? I mean, technically you could do whatever you want. Which is another thing I say all the time, like, I always say there are no rules, so, because I always feel like people, if there's any other, like, watercolorist who's, like, watching me paint, they're probably, because I didn't go to school to paint, I'm completely 100% self-taught, so, I feel like anyone else who's watching me do watercolors and is, like, somebody that, like, paints watercolors, like, maybe the official way, probably like looks at me and just like shakes their head. Like, what are you doing? That's how I think of it anyway. That's pretty cool. Welcome back, Nami. Welcome back. Thank you. Miss Umbra, my friend Miss Umbra left for the evening, so we're back to our, I mean, my setup's a little odd still, but we're kind of back to our normal, more chill stream now. Yeah, we've made some changes. I added some moonshine and made a lot more definition to my trees, I think, since last we popped in. I did used to draw old cranes and sub-building things in ink and pen, which was very fun. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess your stuff does kind of have like a, not manufactured, what's the word I'm looking for? It's gone. It's not gonna come to me. Maybe that word will come back to me in a minute. Industrial, yes. Yes, industrial. That's exactly the word I was thinking of. Yes. Because of the rust stuff years ago, I think. And you had mentioned you were trying to, or no, was that another? No, I think that was you. So are you, because I try to get a good feel of like where all of my kind of viewers hail from. Are you in the States? Oh no, you said you said Scottish, didn't you? So you're it's probably, I don't know what time it is over words, but it's kind of late here. See, I generally try to remember. I generally do really good at remembering that type of thing about people. I remember quite a bit about my people that watch me. Do you have any links to your work? Yeah, he does, Nami. Yeah, he should. There he goes. He just linked one. Yeah, it's like 4:45 a.m. Yes. Yeah. So you're a late night streamer. This would be a good one to watch, I think, late at night, because I'm playing kind of relaxing music. I mean, my setup's a little haphazard at the moment, but I usually have candles going too. So like my candles will flicker for you. My little rose quartz there. And then I have other candles behind the easel, but yeah, the set's a little, I call it my set, my streaming set. My set's a little haphazard today, but it's usually very a little bit more relaxing. But I don't think it's too bad right now. It's not too crazy right now. But I work late, so it's alright. I'm a proper night owl. That's okay. I seem to attract night owls, and that's fine. But I feel very spirited. Yeah. Like with his work, or with James's work that he kind of shared with us there, or? I did mean to ask you earlier, Nami, but my friend Miss Umber, I was letting her talk. Did you guys end up streaming? Because I had heard from Northern Fox that you were gonna stream a game with Joe, but I don't think I saw my phone notification. But I haven't been checking my phone, so maybe a notification did come up that you were streaming and I just missed it. Like you guys were gonna like play a game together or something like that, I think, and like stream it. I think was the talk. My phone just told me. Oh, I'm so sorry, James. My phone just told me that you had followed me. Thank you so much. I didn't even realize it. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Kind of going in now and like cleaning up. How often do I stream? I generally stream like 2 or 3 times during the week. I think technically be about 6 p.m. until whenever I quit. On Fridays, clearly it's Friday for me here, so I will stream later, generally. And then but I don't really have a schedule, so like my only scheduled day is Sunday, because I do have a full-time job. But Sunday is my painting streaming day, and that one, we always at least paint on Sunday. But that time frame is kind of random for now, so I haven't made a schedule for Sunday. But during the week, about 2 to 3 times during the week, 6 p.m. until we're done, or I get super tired. And then Sundays are a set scheduled day with a little more variable time. I'll eventually have a schedule, but like a very set schedule, but I don't know. I just kind of paint when I feel like painting, and I feel up for like sharing my kind of life's experiences. So I don't like rules, guys. I say this a lot in some of my streams. I don't like rules. So like, I feel like if I set a schedule, then it's like a rule that I have to hop on, and then I feel like if that's the case, then like I might not be feeling up for the stream, but then I feel obligated to do it. So then are you guys really gonna enjoy the stream? You know, so that's why I don't really schedule. And this is intuitive painting, so we kind of feel things out. We don't force things. So there's that part too, I guess. I should go to bed now so I'm not completely exhausted for tomorrow. Yeah, definitely go to sleep. Definitely. We'll be here again. And I do save my streams directly uploaded into Twitch when we're done. So you can always go back and check in with those. But thank you very much. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for sharing your work. I really, really enjoyed the conversation. And I really appreciate that follow. Thank you. I'm sure I'll have something to share with you down the road. Thank you, James. Have a nice night. And that's why I stream, because I like to just enjoy people. Enjoy people and inspire people and just help people. If I didn't want to do those things, I wouldn't be streaming, so. And like I said, there's no rules, so like James didn't have to like ask permission to like share his work or anything like that, you know, like but it is getting much, much later here for me. It's going on midnight and I'm still painting. Midnight and I'm still painting. What am I doing with my life? All good things. But I think we probably will have to call it for the evening because it is getting super late. And I've basically laid so much paint down at this point in time during our stream that really it's watercolor, so I'm going to start basically overworking right now my work, which is going to undo a lot of all the nice kind of textures we have going on here. So I do apologize a little bit for a little bit of the mess that we have here today. Things are usually a little more formal and organized, but we kind of had some adjustments to make for a surprise visitor that decided she wanted to paint too, which is fine. We just kind of go with the flow. So things will resume back to normal on the next stream, which will definitely at least be on Sunday. And I just want to appreciate everybody who's watching, everybody who has kind of chatted and enjoyed our conversation, and those of you who have kind of just been watching without really, participating. That's fine too. So I'm just going to say goodnight, and thank you all very much. Good night, Nami. I'll talk to you soon. Probably lurk on your channel again. And yeah, just have a good night. Thank you so much, guys, and